I'm just confirming no one's on the line.
This is Joy. I'm on the line.
Oh, hey, Joy.
I'm good. I can hear you fine.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
I just saw your note, so I didn't call in early. Sorry.
Oh, it's totally fine. Just glad that the technology is working.
Good.
Success.
All right, I think we're ready to get started with this morning's meeting. I'd like to begin by welcoming everyone to today's Delta Independent Science Board meeting. As is our usual policy, we'll start off with introductions and declarations from members of the board. And I'll begin with John.
John Weens, nothing new here.
Tom Holzer, no changes.
Tracy Collier, no changes.
Vince Resch, no changes.
Jay Lund, no changes.
Steve Brandt, no changes.
Liz Canuel, no changes.
Joe Fernandez.
Joy Redler.
Richard Norgard, no changes.
Okay.
Joy Redler, no changes.
Thank you, Joy. I was just going to get to you. So just to remind everyone, we have one member of the board who's participating in this morning's meeting remotely. Okay, so let's see, a few updates from my report. So the first thing is I wanted to mention that Steve and I participated in the August 22nd meeting of the Delta Stewardship Council and gave our board annual report to the Stewardship Council. As we described previously, we sort of divided up the presentation with Steve as past chair, focusing on many of the activities that have been either ongoing or completed in the past year. And then I, as the incoming chair, focused on the IEP review, which is nearing completion, as well as some of our thoughts about approaches for upcoming reviews and also some upcoming transitions on the Delta ISB. I think the report was well received by the Stewardship Council. I know they appreciated having us in person, and that also provided a venue for Steve and I to interact with members of the Stewardship Council. I had the opportunity to stay for the entire day, so even though I had viewed segments of the Stewardship Council online in the past, it was a very different experience to be in the room and to sort of see how they operate and see some of the challenges and some of the challenges that they're facing, in particular, the levee reinvestment strategy discussion was very interesting, but also just seeing how they operate and some of the things that are on their plate. So that was a good experience. Let's see. A second thing I wanted to mention is the upcoming State of the Estuary conference. This is going to be held in October 21st and 22nd in Oakland, California. And at least one member of the board, Steve Brandt, will be participating in that conference. He'll be part of a panel that's I guess, focused on forward-looking science. The panel's going to discuss how the science enterprise works across the estuary and how it can best support strategic and forward-looking management and stakeholder needs in a rapidly changing environment. So I think we'll ask Steve to maybe report out about that at our November meeting. A third item of business is website accessibility. As you know, the council is updating its website to comply with the accessibility standards, and to allow better access for those that have accessibility issues, excuse me. So at this point, there is a list of Delta ISB products that has been posted on the products page, and this allows the public to know what products are available upon request. I also wanted to mention that since our last meeting, some documents have been remediated and will be back online soon. So this includes our review of the California Eco Restore Adaptive Management Program, our comment letters on the Delta Plan performance measures, and the letter to DPIC on the urgency to improve interagency science. And I just wanted you to know that this is something that the staff is very dedicated to working on. They have been trying to prioritize their efforts and basically prioritizing the order in which ISB products are being placed back online based on the relevance of those products to current Delta ISB activities. So those are my 3 updates for the chair's report, and I just wanted to see whether there were questions from members of the Delta ISB before we go to the next agenda item. Steve.
I think the presentation we gave to the council is online somewhere. Is that true, Edmund?
Yes, it is. It's on the council's event page for that meeting and also on our current events page for the meeting. Trying to save paper, so no printed copies.
Any other questions?
I was just going to comment that I am tentatively making plans to be at the State of the Estuary conference as well. So
Oh, great.
I don't know if other members are, but I thought it would be a good thing.
Actually, that's a good point. I meant to ask whether others will be in attendance. Tom?
We had talked a while back when the new members come on of having sort of an orientation where we give them briefings on some of the sort of the non-scientific side of the Delta management issues. And I'm wondering if maybe doing that in with one of the Delta Stewardship Council meetings might be helpful. It sounded like this is the first time you've actually been to a Delta Stewardship Council meeting. More directly in the microphone, please. It sounded like this is the first time you had been to a Delta.
Right, right, because I'm on the East Coast, I don't usually attend those meetings. I have viewed them online in the past, but this was the first time I'd been present. I think, well, we're not quite there in terms of recruitment and transitioning new ISB members, but we had discussed also the possibility of having the new ISB members attend one of our meetings during the summer so that they could interact with us and also see us sort of in operation. So I don't know if we can, anyway, I think if we had to choose that attending an ISB meeting would be more useful to them than attending a Stewardship Council meeting. But if we could combine the two in some way, that would definitely be informative.
Well, as I guess the newest member of the group, I just sort of jump into the water.
Yes, we all have.
But I could see the advantage since we have a large group coming in, and we talked about it, providing a little more of an orientation. And
Right.
the non-science part is the most challenging part because we don't normally encounter that unless we're directly involved in Delta projects.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I would encourage all of you to think about what would be useful for new members to know coming in, and we have started thinking about how we would, work the transition. But any advice you guys have would be useful, and if that might be a good suggestion.
Okay. All right. Any other comments from the board or members of the public? Oh, sorry.
So, picking up on Tom's comment, I believe when Tom joined us, I argued that at least new members ought to get a good map of the Delta. And I've been using an old Franco's map. Well, this is an updated one. But yes, one way of welcoming new members and maybe sending old members away would be to provide a large wall map. Because there's just so many times when we need to check where are we talking about? Yeah, that's next to here. Oh, that makes a difference.
Let's see. I think Edmund has a comment.
Yeah, so the wall map is actually one of my long-term follow-up items. So it's good to hear that you would like one upon your retirement.
Yes, we want to stay close to the Delta. Other comments or suggestions? All right. So we'll move on to the next item. Before we do, I just want to mention our policy for public comments. If members of the public do have comments on any of our agenda items, we ask you to fill out and turn in a blue slip. And on the blue slip, you can indicate what specific agenda item you'll be commenting on, and then we'll have an opportunity to call you to the presenters table. When you do come to the presenters table, please take time to introduce yourself, your name and your affiliation, and also be aware that we do have one member of the board, again, participating remotely. And I know from my own remote participation, it can be difficult to know who's at the podium. So we want to know who's providing comments to us. Thank you. All right. So our next agenda item is the Council Chair and Executive Officer report, and Jessica Pearson will provide us with that information.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and nice to see you all in person. I'll start off by recapping some of the items that were at the last council meeting. That would be in our August council meeting, which was held here in Sacramento. And then I'll foreshadow a bit about our next council meeting, which is going to be on September 26th. So at our last council meeting, our council received a report on the 5-year review of the Delta Plan, which is a requirement in law that we do a 5-year review. After the presentation at the August council meeting, the 5-year review and the associated report that comes along with it are nearing completion. So the review really consisted of an in-depth internal analysis, review of covered action filings and appeals to date, a series of focus group and individual interviews, an online survey, and then multiple discussions at public council meetings. The overriding general conclusion from the 5-year review of the Delta Plan is that current ecosystem amendment notwithstanding, for the next few years, the Council should allocate more resources to implementing the plan's existing recommendations and regulations and take on fewer near-term amendments to the plan. Since May of 2013, when the original Delta Plan was adopted, the Council has completed 5 amendments, 4 of which were significant amendments, and each bringing with it significant outreach, analysis, and public review. The draft report that was presented to the Council in August also identified what we call 4 emerging issues, where the Council should conduct further outreach and analysis, and after that, perhaps consider amendments to the plan going forward in the longer term. Those 4 issue areas are climate change, disadvantaged communities, and environmental justice, Delta as place, and improved federal coordination in protecting the Delta and implementing the Delta Plan. The next step for the Council is to receive the final 5-year review report in October and consider approval of that report. And also in October, we'll be holding a council retreat or workshop to discuss developing a work plan for the next year or 2 and to discuss a new communication strategy for the council. We also had a public hearing at our August meeting on our Delta Levees investment strategy. This is in order to proceed with the rulemaking for a recently adopted Delta Plan amendment, which sets priorities for state investments in Delta levees. This was also a requirement in the Delta Reform Act. Creating such a methodology to prioritize investments in levees and the resulting list has been a very heavy lift. It's taken multiple years for the council to get to this point, and we are at the final step of finalizing the regulatory language and the supporting analysis, which we do through California's Office of Administrative Law, which approves state regulations. The council's list took into account a set of defined state interests that were protected by Delta levees or affected by Delta levees, and we considered best available information regarding the status of those levees on an island-by-island basis. The methodology is risk-based, which means that the levees which protect the most state interests and are at the highest risk of flooding appear in the highest tier of highest priority. The list also includes two other tiers, high priority and other priority. The Department of Water Resources, which provides state funding for levee repair and upgrades, must report annually to the council about how their actual funding for Delta levees compares to the council's prioritized list and where it deviates to substantiate that deviation. So the council received a couple of dozen of comment letters in the weeks leading up to this public hearing and therefore elected not to schedule a vote on the final regulation, but instead to work through some of the final concerns, especially regarding definitions, like how you define levee maintenance versus improvement versus upgrades, and really how the regulation will be applied. I think there's been some confusion and some concern that if the island that you live on isn't on the highest priority list, that the state does not think that your island is important. Of course, this is not the case. Like I said, the tiers were populated based on the council establishing state interests, evaluating the assets behind those levees, and then making a risk-based calculation. So in fact, if your levee is not in the highest tier, it may be because you have a really good levee. It may also be a combination of the status of your levee and the assets that are behind it and whether those fall into the state interest category. So with that, we will proceed. The council directed the council staff to respond to each and every comment that we received and to engage in some further discussion with stakeholders and then bringing back some recommendations to the council at a later date. So I think the plan right now is to take the time to work through those concerns, and then hopefully by the end of the year, early 2020, we'll be in a position to approve the final regulation. At our September council meeting, we're doing something a little bit different. We're meeting in Orange County. This is because we have had a few council members who are really interested in exploring what is happening in Southern California in terms of how they are reducing their reliance on the Delta through regional water projects. The Delta Reform Act established it as state priority to reduce reliance on the Delta through regional investments. And then the Delta Plan it adopted a regulation to enforce that. So this is the first time that we're holding one of our monthly council meetings in Southern California, although we've had multiple other Southern California meetings. And really, we'll plan to spend the whole day at the Orange County Sanitation District boardroom having a meeting and hearing from various regional water districts on their projects and programs. We're also doing a tour of the nearby groundwater replenishment facilities. So we're looking forward to that. Again, that is on September 26th at the Orange County Sanitation District, and it will be will be webcast. I'll just close by thanking you for your efforts in reviewing the ecosystem chapter draft performance measures. That is an immensely important task for us, and we appreciate all the time and deliberation that you have put into that, and look forward to hearing the discussion later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Any comments or questions from members of the board? Tom?
Jessica, what was the second thing in your list of future issues, the one after climate change?
So disadvantaged communities and environmental justice, and what that means in the context of the council's authority and the Delta Plan. It's not absent from the current Delta Plan, but I think we're growing in our understanding of what it means, how it should be defined. Of course, when it comes to disadvantaged communities and environmental justice issues, we're not limited to the geography of the Delta. We also need to look at the communities that receive water from the Delta, which makes it a much broader discussion. And so I think what we are recommending in the 5-year review is that we put some concerted effort and perhaps develop an issue paper that would deliver some recommendations to the council on how they might amend the plan in the future to strengthen those protections. I will add that we are looking forward to the recommendations of the Social Science Task Force in that regard as well. So I think there's a couple forthcoming research efforts that are going to inform the way the council handles those issues in the future.
Other comments from the board? I guess I would just like to add that having attended the Stewardship Council meeting in August and hearing, many of the, perspectives from those that commented on the draft levy investment strategy, it was very helpful to me, and I really commend the Stewardship Council for taking the time to listen to all of those concerns and maybe just waiting before moving forward to be attentive to those different perspectives.
Thank you. I'm glad you, thank you for attending, first of all, and then I'm glad you were able to sit and experience the meeting and see the kinds of issues, the breadth of issues that the Stewardship Council deals with.
Thanks. Joy, I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you have any questions for Jessica.
Thank you. I'll shout out.
Okay. All right. So thank you. Actually, Tom has another question.
It's more a curiosity question. I haven't looked very closely at what the sociology workshop produced, but did they get into the environmental justice issue at all?
They definitely will consider that. Their report isn't out yet, so they're working on a draft currently. The draft will be out towards the end of the year.
Uh-huh.
And
it includes the environmental justice?
So they're making recommendations not around specific topics, but more about how to jumpstart social science efforts in the Delta. But that certainly is one of the issues they're thinking about as terms of, a key topic.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We'll move on to our next discussion item, which is an update on the Delta lead scientist recruitment. Again, I'll just give a little bit of background. We all know we've enjoyed having John Callaway as the lead scientist for the past couple of years, but John will be returning to his position at San Francisco State University next fall. And so we're in the process of searching for a new lead scientist for the Delta Science program. This position would begin in fall of 2020. There's an advertisement for the position that has been posted in various venues and shared with colleagues. We have a due date for applications of October 15th, 2019, where the process is open until we find a suitable candidate, but we're indicating that for priority consideration that applications should be submitted by the October 15th target date. And then in terms of process, the ISB will be providing a recommendation to the council as part of this process. We collectively have established an interview panel hiring committee, and that's made up of 3 members from the Delta ISB, so myself as chair, Steve Brandt as past chair, and Tracy Collier. We also have Vince Resch as an alternate to represent the ISB. There are also 3 members from the council. Those members include Susan Tatayan, Jessica Pearson, and Randy Fiorini, and a member from the USGS, Mike Chitkowski. So I just wanted to mention that this interview panel hiring committee is subject to the Bagley-Keene policies, and that includes both the I guess, the interactions of that committee, as well as how that committee interacts with the ISB. And so we sent some information to you yesterday that sort of outlines some of those procedures, just so that everybody kind of knows the landscape that we're working on. And then in terms of recruitment status, as I mentioned, at this point, we're distributing the ad to various scientific societies and sharing with colleagues. So basically, we're in the outreach stage of the process. We have had a few individuals who've expressed interest in the position, but we're envisioning that more outreach is needed before the application period for priority consideration closes. And then I guess if any members of the ISB have specific ideas in terms of individuals that we should contact, please let us know. Let's see. I think, let's see. For those members who've been on the board for a while, you might remember that we have a flow chart of how the process works. It's a bit complicated, but before we release that to the board and the public, we're refining a few of the details in the recruitment process. Let's see. I guess I also wanted to mention what the role of the interview panel hiring committee will be, and that's basically to review the application materials and also to move to a short list in consultation with the full board. So as the process moves along and when we actually have names of candidates that are in consideration, we'll be able to move to closed sessions because we're able to use that option for personal matters. But at this point, because we don't have a list of candidates and we're still early in the process, our communications will be through our board meetings. So I know that's a bit confusing. Hopefully the email helped, but I'd like to open the floor for any questions or any need to clarify parts of the process with the Independent Science Board membership.
So the nominations have to be given to the subcommittee, or how does it work? Or if we have some nominee, how should we do that? Or just ask them to apply, just direct?
I think it can be done in a number of different ways. So we certainly encourage members of the board to reach out to individuals that they think would be appropriate or have interest. I mean, you should use your personal networks. If there's somebody that maybe you don't have a relationship with, but you think that we should reach out to them, we're happy to do that as well. So it can be either or both. If you've spoken to someone and you think it would be beneficial to them to speak to us, that's another way we can proceed. Let's see. Okay. All right. Everybody set with that? Okay. Well, if we don't have any questions, actually, do you want to add anything, John?
No, I would just say, from my perspective, definitely reaching out was valuable. So both Joy and Brian Atwater reached out to me, and that definitely encouraged me. So I would encourage you guys to use your network and help us recruit someone. And
I'll just update that I have talked to two people that I think would be really good candidates. They both are thinking seriously about it, but at this point don't want to be publicly disclosed until they decide whether or not they want to apply. So, and to apply, Joe, all you need to do is send a letter to Mike Jakowski with a letter of interest and your curriculum, your CV.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so we'll move to the next item, which is discussion of our comments on the draft Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment Performance Measures. And I'd like to invite Martina Kohler and Ron Melser, to the presenters table for this part of the meeting. Just so everyone knows, Martina is the lead on the Ecosystem Amendment Performance Measures, and Ron is the technical lead on the ecosystem amendments. Okay, so let me just I'm just going to begin so that everybody is in the sort of on the same landscape by providing a bit of background information. The Council is in the process of developing an approach to amending Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, the Ecosystem Amendment. And the Delta Reform Act requires that the Delta Plan be based on best available scientific information and the Independent Science Board advice. And independent science advice provided by the Delta Independent Science Board. The Delta Reform Act also requires that the Delta Plan include performance measures that enable the Council to track progress in meeting the objectives of the Delta Plan. So basically, in August, the Council staff provided the Independent Science Board draft Appendix E, which was a summary of the performance measures, and detailed technical sheets for 5 new performance measures and 1 revised performance measures, as well as questions to guide our review. And before the meeting we're having today, each of the Independent Science Board members was asked to review the draft performance measures and provide written comments, which have been compiled and posted online. So let's see. So we put together some feedback. At this point, this is not, I guess, a review per se, but we were asked to really give some high-level feedback to the process with the understanding that we will see these documents again as they are released to the public and at various stages over the remainder of the year. So right now what we're going to do is well, actually, I thought we would just open the floor to discussion by the Independent Science Board. But before we do that, Martina and Ron, do you have anything you'd like to say before we begin the discussion? I don't know if you had a chance to look at the comments yet.
I wait for the discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, not now.
Okay. All right. So just, not that I don't want to color the discussion at all, but just based on my sort of read of the comments, it did seem that there were some themes that came across several of the comments. So in at least some case, it wasn't clear what the basis for the targets was. So that might be something to think about as you move to the next level. Another thing that was sometimes unclear was the validity of the timescale for reaching the target. So as we all know, the Delta is undergoing rapid change. Science in the Delta is subject to the political landscape, to funding limitations and such. So I guess there was some concern that the time scale for reaching the targets should be given some additional thought. There were also several comments about the targets seeming to be maybe being ambitious or unrealistic. So, for example, the the performance measure related to invasive species. So some things are sort of out of the control of management, and so that might be something that you want to think about. And then there were also some comments about the assumptions that formed the basis for some of the targets, and also possibly, in some cases, insufficient attention to adaptive management or alternative actions that should be considered. So that's just my quick summary of everyone's comments. Again, I was just trying to read across the comments and pull out some ideas that I thought might be useful to you. So at this time, I'd like to just open the floor to discussion from other board members. Let's see. So we'll start with Tom.
I think it's the last two themes that my comment would fall under. Particularly the assumptions one. And my question is this, and probably the clearest example is with the subsidence reversal. There are some assumptions that go into the making the estimates of the amount of area that should be targeted. And it seemed like, I think there were 3 comments on the subsidence reversal. Mm-hmm. They all really sort of touched upon the issue of some of those assumptions are really statistics that go into the calculation, which suggests coming up with a performance measure that's a specific number rather than a statistic might not really be the best way to approach it, because you can easily fail and it's just because the assumption was wrong. Have you given thought to making the performance measures either a range or some statistical basis so that the success could be measured in the context of the assumptions?
Maybe I would like to call Corey Copeland, who actually kind of is the technical expert on the subsidence reversal for the tidal reconnection. Maybe kind of answer first.
Please speak directly to the microphone. Hi, Corey Copeland, Performance Measure Unit, environmental scientist. Yeah, I think that you're touching on definitely a serious consideration that we gave when we did this. I would say that maybe this is a less technical version of what you said, but having some sort of fudge factor in there to account for the uncertainties we have. The way that measure I attempted to include it was not to do it through the time frame, but to do it through the geography identified. So we sort of rolled it up into an aggregate of the island scale. So we have this statistic that identifies really specific, meters level locations, but then we kind of blobbed that out a bit. And so definitely feel like I'm in strong agreement that there are lots of uncertainties when you're talking about these programs over a long time frame. New technologies, such as what we're learning about with the use of metal-based coagulants, may increase the rate rapidly, or sea level rise may be much worse than we think. So there's a lot of uncertainty there. And so, so our kind of approach on that one was to make the geography a little bit vaguer than the model identified, and then also to make the target a little bit shorter term. So I think it's 10 years is the target, and then hopefully we'll know a little bit more, have some of these uncertainties more certain. But yeah, I really appreciate the identification of that, and we can, go back and kick around and think through if a range or a statistic-based version may be a better way of correcting than correcting it in the geography. But yeah, when I read those comments, I was like, that's spot on. That's exactly the type of issues that I'm thinking about when I'm trying to design this.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to definitely be a little more specific about how that uncertainty is, you're trying to capture it. And I mean, there's a variety of ways that one could approach this. And what you're suggesting is in that list, I think.
Okay. Let's see. Right. So other comments on subsidence, maybe, before we go on to other performance measures?
Liz, my comment would apply to some of the others. It was just that I was focused on the subsidence reversal, and I think that's a very clear example. But anything where you have a number when your assumptions are really statistics is going to involve this. So it really permeates most of the performance measures.
I agree. All right, let's see. John, did you have a comment on subsidence or?
Well, it's not on subsidence, but it's a more general comment. And I probably shouldn't comment at all. I'm probably disqualified from commenting because I didn't review the performance measures. I didn't have time to look at them. So I'm coming in totally objective, therefore. But my comment is basically a generic comment of the same thing. We all know that things are changing rapidly in the Delta. And I think for performance measures in general, this means that trying to set a target is basically going to ensure failure in meeting that performance measure, because things will change, and they change in predictable ways, they change in unpredictable ways. And that all relates to this sort of generic thing that we label uncertainty, which is a very nice rug to sweep everything under. But I would encourage you to look at performance measures in the sense of how do you bracket the probabilities of the performance measures actually coming to pass. In other words, try as far as you can to anticipate the kinds of changes and the directions of changes and the factors that can foul up meeting a performance measure and incorporate those into the assessment of performance measures. In other words, for the entities that are going to be judged on the basis of meeting performance measures, give them some slack. Don't say this is a target and therefore if you don't meet the target because things have changed, somehow that's your failure. It's not their failure. It's a failure to recognize the dynamics of the system.
Thank you, John. Let's see, Dick?
Yeah, many of the goals depend on sea level rise, and the difficulty of achieving the goals depends on sea level rise. And it appeared to me that if the performance measures were stated in terms of when sea level rises to this level, we will have this amount of restoration or this amount of tidal interface or this amount of, and that sea level may get there in 2020, or no, that's a little quick, but it may get there in 2030 or may get there in 2040. But if you let your time be nature's time instead of how fast the Earth goes around the sun, but ecological time, climate change time, you can get performance measures that would be a lot more meaningful.
Thanks, Liz. I agree with everything that's been said, and if you think of the best example of the use of performance measures was in the Millennial Assessments, and one of the things that the critics had was that actually was ended up hurting the whole process was that they didn't have a lot of assumptions, they didn't have a lot of uncertainties, and when they did that and things didn't work, the implication was, well, maybe the others work because of chance or because of other factors. So, I think this is, that's kind of a good model to realize how important it is to document the uncertainties, to document the probabilities, and especially where the information came from. I know you have that table, but it would be good to put even more in that, to have another column on things that could, on what your uncertainties are. Thank you.
Could I respond with just a piece of context in terms, if I can step up one level to out of the weeds of the methods themselves. One of our challenges and something that we've thought deeply about is the audience of the Delta Plan, the funding programs, the shops within agencies like Department of Water Resources who are thinking about designing projects. And I deeply appreciate the statistics, the uncertainties. We also need to speak to very clearly and try and articulate targets in somewhat simple terms so that funding programs and folks who are not scientists or deeply technical can access the information and understand what they might need to do in the context of their work. And so part of our intent has been to try and set targets that are accessible from that perspective. And we also have rely on annual reporting and evaluation of each of these measures, and the Delta Reform Act actually drives, a 5-year review of the Delta Plan. And so rather than build adaptive management and thresholds into the performance measure targets, I think we look to the annual reporting to learn as we're moving forward, and the 5-year review of the Delta Plan and amendments to the performance measures as our mechanism for adjusting as we move through time, as we understand more about sea level rise, technologies for restoration, such as the one that Corey was describing with subsidence reversal. So I think the review is super helpful, and we need to do some thinking about how we can find a good balance between those spaces. I don't know if that's hopefully some helpful context on some of our thinking behind how we approach the targets and the timelines and trying to keep things relatively simple.
Yeah. I support what you're saying. I like to see ambitious targets in an adaptive management
Sorry, Joy, could you just repeat that comment? I think we missed part of it.
I think she just got dropped off. It sounded like she just fell off the line.
Oh, well, okay. Hopefully she'll rejoin us and we can hear that comment again. Just in response, Ron, I did take note that many of the performance measures had annual or incremental reporting, but I think what was missing is what the response would be if the reporting wasn't sort of meeting the expected trajectory. So maybe that could be part of it, or you could think about like some of the targets went out to 2050 or beyond. So think about incremental goals and reassessments along the way.
No, that's definitely helpful, and something that we could put some work into is thinking about the timelines between 2050 and 2100 and how we might respond in the meantime when targets aren't being met.
All right, let's see. I'll ask Jay to comment.
This is a pretty good effort, I think, at putting together performance measures, but all performance measures are terrible. Just like all tests, all exams, as hard as we work on making the perfect tests, they're very hard to grade. And so what interests me, I think, more is what are you going to do with these numbers once you got them? Is there some sort of interpretive group that's going to look at this and sort of give an assessment rather than just report the numbers? Because really, we don't care about the numbers. We care about, are these indicators indicative of the kind of things we want to see, and diagnostically, do they and other information that might exist in the scientific community and in the monitoring community help us figure out what to do next? So I guess I'm probably more interested in in the process of and timing of what you want to do with the numbers than I am in the calculation of the numbers themselves, even though I'm kind of a numbers guy.
So the performance measures are tied closely to the core strategies within the chapter. I think I have thought about them as a communication tool in articulating the types of actions on the landscape, and our best educated guess at a magnitude of improvement in terms of meeting the goals and objectives in the Delta Reform Act, recovery of species, resilient landscape, functioning ecosystem. And so holistically, to your question, I think they set the stage for what the agencies and local governments that reside in this landscape need to accomplish in terms of capital improvements, implementation, and that, of course, takes a whole lot of coordination, acquiring funding, just an understanding of the funding needs behind changes to the landscape at this scale. And so, again, collectively, it really is meant to be a straw man at what we ought to all be targeting in our planning forums, in our implementation programs, and in seeking funding, whether that be federal interest, state interest, more grassroots ways of funding things. So,
I guess I'm thinking that it almost might be worthwhile to have for each of your core objectives that are sort of roughly indicated by the performance indicators. Maybe you would want to have a panel of 5 people, some of which are agency people, some of which are outside of agencies, to sort of write a 5-page memo on each of these. How well are we really doing in this qualitative area, as indicated by the performance measure and as indicated by other kinds of scientific information that are out there? That might be a process that might lead to a more useful discussion rather than you wanted to get a 5 and you got a 3. What do I do now? Or I got a 6. So it might be useful to think about some sort of interpretive process that has some independence to it, that can look scientifically at the performance measures and other measures that might be out there that will get you more closely, some advice that's closer to what the qualitative objectives are.
All right, so we'll go to Steve next, or?
Yeah, my comment is really a combination of Liz's and Jay's, and it seems to me what you have is a performance goal, ultimately, what's happening in 2030, 2050, and a metric that's defined by a metric. But really, a performance measure should be how well are you progressing towards that goal. That's the measure. And I don't really see the expectation there. For example, if starting now to 2050, is the expectation linear, numbers of acres? I'm not sure it's linear in the case of salmon productivity or invasive species and that. And I think you need to explicitly say that so that when somebody has 3 years measurements in a row and they're falling off the line of the expectation to get there, then that gets into adaptive management. How far do you fall off the line before you got to do something different? And so I think you need to explicitly define that, and one way to define it is look what's happened over the last 5 to 10 years on that metric. So invasive species, for example, what's been the annual your measurement on invasive species is annual measurement of new invaders. What's that been over the last 10 years? And the same way with acres restored, you could look at the last, historically, where that line is going, then set your goal and show the shape of the curve you expect. Because that's when you get people to when you deviate, rather than waiting to 2050 and say, oops, we didn't get it, when you deviate from your line, then that's when you sit down and have something like Jay's talking about, a group of people to get together and say, well, how can we improve that, our performance?
Let's see. Martina, did you want to say something before? I think I might have cut you off.
No, I just kind of want to comment more on the, like...
Could you move the mic closer?
I wanted to kind of build on a comment from Ron and maybe kind of the suggestions from Jay as far as, like, when we have the results, kind of like the assessment of the performance, what we are thinking is bringing it to the, like, DPIC, Delta Plan Implementation, Interagency Implementation Agency, or committee, actually, for kind of discussion and kind of like maybe, linking it with the agenda and seeing how they can, what are specific actions and funding that all the implementing agencies can do in response to the performance assessments.
I guess just thinking from the perspective of someone responsible for reporting these, I feel like a lot of what you're talking about to me is the tension between what should be baked into the metric and what should be handled at the point of reporting. And so, that's something that we think about a lot, but, and when we do outreach, and so the question, I can see what you're saying is, do we need these things to help us at the point of reporting in term, or is it better to have it, as we have it now? It's, I guess, somewhat flexible. We kind of go out and informally have those conversations, but not like a bright line, yes, no, are you exactly on track? And so, for a lot of this, if you look at our reporting tool that we have available now, we do spend a lot of time trying to give context to these to show what would progress look like, or what does this mean right now. But yeah, so I guess I just wanted to point out that that's a thought to have of what needs to be in here versus what should be handled through reporting.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Oh, okay. All right, Joe.
So because I am on the same topic as Jay and Steve mentioned, so when I saw this, it was quite nice because it kind of intrigued by that you set up your expectations based on certain previous almost engineering formulae, which you listed in appendices. So I decided I kind of go and have a look at these things, but then some of these references are missing in the back, like Wang and Akiljevich is missing. So I managed to kind of go and look at them. So these formulae are kind of based on long-term, 5-10 year average. And then you come and say, hey, we are going to check this every year, annual basis of review. So as my colleague said, that probably it's not reasonable to expect your expectations built on long-term average formulae and every year. So it is basically good to have some kind of a two-tier or multi-tier trajectory that every year you check, but it might not achieve, but if it exceeds those timescales of your formulae, then there is a red flag to be worried about if these formulae are correct. But they are mostly engineering formulae, but they're very useful to do these exercises. So you might want to consider that having a multi-tier evaluation, not annual. Annual might deviate from the multi-tier. So that's my comment, right?
Okay. And Tracy?
Yeah, so I wanted to just say I have great empathy and sympathy for people that try to work on performance measures or environmental indicators. I've been working with the Puget Sound Partnership off and on since 2008, trying to establish the biophysical environmental indicators, set targets, and then set interim targets. I've heard all these conversations many, many times. And the difficulty is that different people want so many different things out of the performance measures. Jay said, what if you wanted a 5 and you got a 3? Well, the simple answer is you need to increase your effort by 66%, and then you'll get there. So it's easy that way. But my question is, so I'm not going to get too involved in the nuts and bolts because you can hear all the technical issues that come up and how to juggle those with the management needs and the reporting needs is just, you're going to have to come up with a compromise. My main question is, I'm not aware, and I probably should be aware, to what extent have stakeholders been involved in A, the selection of the performance measures that you're currently using, and B, the targets that are being set? And in general, would you say that people that are affected and having to use these performance measures are fairly happy with them? Or do you get a lot of pushback? Because I haven't gotten a sense that there's been a lot of stakeholder involvement, but maybe there has been. But I know for Puget Sound, we spend a tremendous amount of effort on trying to engage the stakeholders so that when we finally do roll out the indicators or change them, that we have some buy-in. And in fact, I'm in the middle of serving as a consultant to the partnership now on an 18-month project to once again evolve our indicators and our targets. So I'm curious what your sense is of the buy-in regionally to these measures and to the targets, and other people may differ, but I want to know what you guys think.
So to date, we've really focused on state and federal agencies, and we had, I guess it's been 2 years now, interagency committee that was meeting. Concepts were, well, first we sought feedback, then we floated concepts to the group, took comments, and we've been working with individual agencies over the past 2 years in terms of vetting the content of both the narrative, the policy framework, the performance measures. We're looking forward, so a version of this went out in June to the public. We're looking forward to releasing the public draft this fall. And we definitely have some outreach to do in terms of the entities outside of the state and federal agencies that would be interested in these measures. So there's still some work to do on that front, and yep.
I was going to see whether Joy was back on the line.
Yes, I think I got my point in. I like the ambitious targets, but if it's an adaptive management framework, you can adjust as you go. And I don't see a need to not be ambitious.
So just to reiterate what you said, Joy, so you're supportive of the ambitious nature of the targets, but think that they should be framed more closely in an adaptive management framework.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. So let's see, other comments from, sorry, Jay.
Yeah, there's always going to be a tension, I think, in this, how do we calculate numbers that we were asked to calculate? Someone asked for us to produce performance measures, so here they are. My job is done. I can go home at night, sleep well. But the real purpose, I think, of the whole enterprise is to foment a better conversation and a more grounded conversation. And so I think, as Tracy pointed out, this is an opportunity in developing these to have conversations. I mean, the more I work on the system, the more I become convinced that it's really all about sociology. And the more you can get people to talk together in developing these things, especially if you can get several, there's enough entropy in the system. It takes energy to squeeze entropy thermodynamically out of these conversations. So, but the degree that you can get other agencies to buy into these, boy, that's a real accomplishment. I mean, maybe it's even an eternal accomplishment, although you have to battle with it all the time. And then once you get the numbers, and people have some general agreement on what the numbers mean and what they don't, have a conversation about that that's documented, has some independent components to that, so people can say what they really need to say. and the conversation not only within your agency but across the agencies can move forward and with the stakeholders. So I would view these not just as a technical exercise, although on a day-to-day basis that's what you have to do, but really take advantage of this strategically for the council's sake and for the community's sake, to both in developing the performance measures and how you interpret them and how you use them once the calculations roll off. Because we're really only doing this to help the conversation, which is an eternal one for this system, I'm afraid.
And Dr. Collier, the part of the question I guess I didn't answer, and to your comment, Dr. Lund as well. So I think broadly we've engaged with the state and federal agency folks. We've really tried to bring technical work from state and federal agencies into the process and in forming targets. And I think we've had good support, and we've been encouraged to be bold. To date, we haven't had negative feedback on the performance measures or the targets. So I think that there is support out there for what we're trying to do, especially in the wake of CalFed and the multi-species conservation strategy, and in the wake of BDCP falling apart. There isn't really a strong, coherent vision and understanding of the magnitude of improvements that we need out there. So we've really been encouraged, and I think we're supported to attempt to put that out through this amendment, and something people can look to. And we take that to heart, for sure, the support and the importance of having buy-in on this. So we will continue to be working through that over the next few months through the public review draft, and then the following year through the environmental review, the CEQA process. So.
All right. So any other remarks from the board members? So I guess the next step as a board is to sort of decide how we want to move forward. So we had originally proposed that at this time we would send our compilation of comments, and that I would provide a cover, on behalf of the ISB, and with input from the ISB would provide a cover memo that highlighted some cross-cutting themes across the comments. But I'd like to hear from members of the board about that approach. I know at least a couple of members, I think, had some concern about that approach. Let's see. Tom?
Yeah, I was just looking at the three questions and reflecting on the discussion we just had, and it seemed like there were two themes in the discussion, one of which might not actually match the questions we were asked, and that is there's the process of what to do with performance measures, the things that Jay was highlighting, and then there's the science itself behind them, and we had discussion of that. And I guess what I'm asking is, do we want to just focus on the science aspect? Because the questions that Martina gave to us are focused on the science. It, in some ways, would simplify the task that we're being asked to do. So that might be an initial question we want to resolve going forward.
Members of the board?
I would second what Tom said. I think, and I would support focusing on the science, sort of the technical aspects. Again, performance measures, environmental indicators, they just have so many roles to fill. It really, I think, is a choice of the people that are working in the system to decide how they're going to use them. Are they going to use them as communication tools, as technical metrics, et cetera, et cetera? And I think that's not really our purview. I think we should focus on the technical underpinnings of the performance measures that we've been presented, and any comments about the technical aspects are where we should probably focus.
Vince?
Yeah, I think I would have looked at those very differently had we had this conversation before, especially what Ron said about the goal of trying to balance the science, underlying science, but also getting it to the point that it could be used as communication. And the point that Jay brought up was how these were going to be used. I think that's why this review was all over the place. We had a member of this board, Judy Myers, that constantly talked about performance measures, and we all realized how difficult that was. And so I think that we're all behind what you're trying to do. That's not the question. But I think had we, a little more background, it would have been easier in terms of this. And I think sticking to the science is probably the best approach to help you out with this. You've heard what we said. You've seen what we've written down. So, we've gotten that point across, which is the nice thing about having open meetings, is you see what we're thinking at various stages of the process.
Okay. So I guess I'm trying to decide what we need to do next. Should we ask for a public comment before we go forward? Okay. So, yeah, I think before we decide on our next steps, maybe we should take the opportunity to invite any comments from the public so that we can consider those in our actions. So are there comments from the public on our feedback regarding the performance measures?
Come on, Tom. He's got it.
Tom, come on up. So I'm inviting Tom Zuckerberg to the Zuckerman, sorry.
I wish I was a Zuckerberg.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was definitely a faux pas on my part.
I'm not sure I'd be ready for the degree of public scrutiny that would follow that. Tom Zuckerman. I'm a Delta landowner, and I work with the Central Delta Water Agency. I'm woefully unprepared, really, to address you on this subject, but a couple of things I wanted to mention. I think that it is important that there be more outreach to the stakeholder community on this stuff. And I want to cite an example, which is probably not completely accurate because it's based on a rather cursory review of this, and it's the subject of subsidence. And where we have subsidence in the Delta, by and large, is where we have highly organic soils. And just looking at the maps and so forth that have been presented with this, the areas that you're talking about reversing subsidence and so forth are the areas where it hasn't occurred because there is not a large amount of organic material in those areas. The western and central Delta, by and large, is where most of the subsidence is occurring. The other problem is that those are the areas that are going to be almost impossible to recover to intertidal levels because the amount of subsidence that's taken place it would take centuries under the processes that are probably being considered to get back up to the intertidal levels. So what we're talking about basically in the stakeholder community is trying to keep the situation from getting any worse by shifting from aerobic farming conditions to anaerobic farming conditions, which basically means that you're going to try to grow crops that are where the soil is saturated most of the time to stop the microbial breakdown of the organic soils. And that's important beyond the idea of restoring intertidal elevations. What it's really important for is for flood control management and to maintain some sort of a viable economic environment in the Delta that will allow for support and maintenance of levees and protection of the urban communities and so forth from a proper economic base. So as I say, I'm probably way off base on this, and I apologize if I am, but I think having some discussions out there in the hinterlands with the people that are involved might be helpful in terms of setting whatever you call them, standards or goals or whatever that may or may not, be realistic and may or may not be relevant to the real problems that we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Tom Holzer has a response.
Yeah, to Tom Zuckerman. I think you're exactly right. When I read the subsidence reversal thing, there's really two processes going on there. There's sea level rise, and then there's the organic soil problem. And it seemed to me the subsidence reversal thing was really focused more on the sea level rise and maintaining the elevations that, in intertidal stuff. And it still leaves open that challenge that you were describing of how do you deal with those islands that have already subsided so much due to the organic soil oxidation?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Yeah,
I'll also just add that on our Chapter 5, which is the Delta's Place chapter of the Delta Plan, we do track a lot of what Tom's talking about. We call it carbon sequestration there. But it is, in practice, that kind of subsidence halting, or in some cases, subsidence reversal activities in the more deeply subsided delta. And so this measure is meant to speak to only the area that's really shallowly subsided or would be affected by sea level rise. And so, with the recognition that those things really do need separate treatment because the issue is complex and different in both cases.
I just add one thing to it. One of the frustrations that I have is that most of the work that's being done on subsidence issues is being done in the private sector. I mean, there certainly are public involvement and there's NGO involvement and so forth, but where we've seen the big advances forward are in the private sector, farmers who are converting from aerobic to anaerobic farming, and they're doing it for economic reasons as well as, which is important, as well as for maintaining the future viability of their farms. And so there's an energy out there that can be tapped into that is not limited to a couple of thousand acres. I mean, we're talking about massive changes of farming practices and patterns in the Delta, and I think it's important that get folded into the mix.
And Ron?
Just one last quick clarification, something I said earlier. I want to make sure that I'm clear. In the amendment process over the last several years, we have had significant public outreach, workshops, listening sessions with many stakeholders. And so I don't mean to say that we have work to do on that front. I think we've done extensive outreach and have really taken the feedback that we've received seriously through the synthesis papers and the amendment. The point I was attempting to make is that in terms of fully formed performance measures with targets, June was sort of our first time at that point and our first public release of that part of the amendment. And so moving forward, we're really looking forward to more feedback on that element. Just want to make sure that I was being clear there. Thanks.
Sorry, we have a few more comments. So Steve and Vince. Steve.
This is trying to get to our discussion of whether we should, how we should respond to this as in a overall cover letter. If I read the first two questions that we were asked, they relate to how well do these performance measures provide a measure of the basically the health of the system, which if you read the first paragraph, well, what are requests about that these measurements are designed to be those that measure the system. I would argue that some of these measurements are really measurements of the steps taken in order to improve the health, like the removal of the barriers. for example, or increased acreage restored. Those are measurements of management actions, but they're not measurements of the health of the ecosystem. If one were to look at that, you would follow fish migrations, or you would follow improvements in fish population productivity or so forth based on restoration efforts. So I think that it's hard to answer some of the overarching questions which relate to, are these measurements of health in the system? I'm not sure many of these actually do measure health of the system. Perhaps the one with that actually measures productivity of Chinook salmon is a measurement of the health of the system, but many of the other ones are measurements of action items. So when we might couch our response to those questions somewhere along that line, because if we were to ask the question, are these the best measurements of the health of the ecosystem, I think we'd be measuring functions of the ecosystem and not functions of human actions on the ecosystem.
And again, that's something we've dealt with in Puget Sound extensively, and people want to know, well, what do we really want? So one of our environmental indicators is the number of orca whales, the number of southern resident orca whales. But it's obviously not responsive to management actions in any reasonable time frame. So we are now finally saying we're going to come up with our high-level vital signs, so the measures of the health of the system, and then the pressure indicators, the outcome indicators below that. But we'll stay at the high level to just report on the health of the system. But we still got things there that just are not going to be responsive, and we don't know, we've got our conceptual models, but we don't really know enough about how the system works to be able to change the numbers, to go from a 3 to a 5. So it's a fun and never-ending process. I'm sorry it is never-ending, but it is.
Okay, so back to the board process. So how does the board feel about how it would like to proceed? So we have the compilation of the comments. Do we want to provide some overarching statement? Do we want to just pass these along as is? Do we want to do something that we haven't thought of yet? I guess I would like to take the opportunity to sort of hear from the board about our path forward. And Joe?
Yeah, so when I started looking at this, I kind of look at three questions that Martina raised here. And the first one is somewhat straightforward. We can look at the literature and all these things. The scientific knowledge, you have compiled a wide variety of scientific knowledge, and then use that to come up with the performance measures. And the monitoring capabilities, hopefully we can make some statements. We are kind of learning about it now quite a bit. And the second one is this ecosystem sub-goals of the reformat, which I got thrown off because I wouldn't know what they are, but it deals with the ecosystem health. So that's the one Steve was talking about, because that is the overall goal. So if we can address that issue in a broad sense, what are these reformats goals and how this fit into that might be something, might be very useful, I think. And the third one is the length scales and the intervals appropriate. Certainly we discussed that here quite extensively, I think, that they are not very much compatible, that it can be improved in some sense, which is for the benefit of the whole performance measures. So I kind of think that the overall health can be the umbrella which we can build up the discussion in your response.
So you agree with attaching a cover letter that outlines sort of the cross-cutting responses to each of those questions?
I didn't think about that very carefully, but yes, it's in that sense, yes, it is.
Okay. Jay?
When we originally agreed to do that in our discussion, we wanted this to be very informal.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been sort of sliding down that slippery slope to formality. So in that spirit, I think we should leave this to the discretion of the chair and keep it as informal as she would like it to be.
But I serve as the leader of the board, so, yeah.
You know, this is supposed to be informal. I don't have any problems with the chair making whatever generalizations she feels is apparent in the data, in the responses. But if we vote on a common assessment of it all, then, well, let's just call it a formal review and be done with it. It'll just take more time and won't really meet what we were asked, what we said we wanted to do originally. So everything that you observe, I think, is perfectly reasonable. There've been a few other things that could easily be chucked in there if you think it's reasonable. And we're going to have another whack at it, so I think we should just leave it to the discretion of the chair and whoever she wants to talk to about it.
Well, one reason I did want to provide a cover memo was just to give the context for the feedback that we were providing for you, that it was an informal review, I don't know, we don't want to call it a review, but some informal feedback on the process. We don't want our comments at this time to be framed as a review, and we realize that we will see these documents again and have other opportunities for a more formal response. So Tracy and Vince.
Yeah, so I am coming down on your side on that, Liz. I think it would be reasonable for us to give a high-level cover memo, giving the context and giving some of the major findings and perhaps reflecting some of the discussion we've had here today as a way to sort of tie up the individual comments, because if you just give a package of the individual comments, it is very informal. We need something we should have a little bit more of a product in response, I think. And I'd be more than happy to work with you on drafting that up or trying to pull that together. I think it's a reasonable thing to say, high level, here's what we've done, here's what we're giving you, and we will be looking forward to looking at this again.
Okay.
But I think Vince is going to volunteer, so I would take him over me, or Steve, because they both have their card.
Okay, let's hear from
John
Vince.
in the room. I think if you could just put our comments in the context of what the discussion was today, because I mean that really was, I think, what was the most interesting thing. And had we had this in advance, and if we had seen, what I guess I'm trying to say is that this discussion really pushed us into the next stage of when we do the reviews of the revised documents.
And Steve.
Yeah, I agree with Tracy and Vince that we did get a quasi-formal request from the council to provide high-level guidance, and I think that we should do that based on the discussion today. I think we should perhaps disavow that we're answering specifically the questions we were asked, but give the high-level guidance. And I would go even further to say we don't include the individual comments. The individual comments are already public record. You've already got them in writing, and rather than, because I wouldn't want to necessarily have to read each of those to sort of say I agree or disagree and review the individual comments. I would leave them off and just have a high-level, here's our high-level response, high-level guidance, and that therefore doesn't tie our hands for any future in-depth review to contradict what we've already said.
Let's see, Tom.
I agree with what Steve just said. I think the individual comments, they've seen them. But what I wanted to do was ask our audience, the panelists, whether the discussion has really done the job, so that just getting a letter from us summarizing what you've heard would meet your needs.
I think it would. I'm already formulating revisions to the PMs in my head based on today's discussion, so.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think some kind of high-level summary of the discussion was really, really good, the discussion here, so I learned a lot. So, yeah, that would be helpful enough.
Okay, so I think we have a path forward, and I don't, oh, sorry, before I summarize, Tom has one more
No, I just wanted to see if we've actually done the job already.
Yeah. So I think what we decided is that I and Tracy and maybe some other folks on the board will work on a memo that tries to summarize some of the comments that were provided informally. The memo would also just give some informal context to what we are offering to you at this time, and also to include some of the elements of today's discussion. I won't append these comments, but you have seen them, and they're a part of the public record. So is that acceptable to everyone? Okay, Edmund is telling me that we need a motion for that process.
I mean, this is just a letter from the chair reflecting some comments. It doesn't.
Well, I think if it's meant to be an ISB product where Liz is writing on behalf of the board, and then you guys have some decision points, like not submitting the individual comments. So just to, if this is going to be a board letter, that Liz is just signing on the board's behalf.
It all depends on how formal we want it to be.
I make the motion that Liz write the letter and that Tracy reviews it with others on behalf of the board.
Okay. So is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of that approach? Aye. Any nays? Okay, so that'll be the. I know. Okay, so I'll work on a memo with Tracy and the assistance of others that captures, again, some of the broad themes and today's discussion, and we'll pass that along to you as soon as possible. All right. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so.
There are no informal
Oh. All right, so the next item is actually to take a break. We're running about 10 minutes, well, maybe 8 minutes early. So why don't we take a break and resume the meeting at 10:50? Okay, thank you.
But now everybody's listening.
Okay. Okay, we're going to get started with the rest of the meeting. So our next agenda item is a report from John Callaway, the Delta Lead Scientist report.
Great. Well, it's already mentioned. I was going to mention the state of the estuary. It was already highlighted, but I'd encourage you guys. I sent out the program, and there's a lot of valuable talks. Steve will be on one panel that will be led by Yumiko Henneberry from the science program, looking at forward-looking science. There's a whole track on climate resilience that Jessica Law, Ron Meltzer, who you just heard from, and Andrew Shorts will be giving presentations in at different parts of the event. And then there's a plenary on the second day that I'm introducing the speakers that includes Felicia Marcus, Jim Klern, and Rachel Johnson, focusing on Bay Delta watershed connections. So if you can't go, I'm sure we'll give you an update of the meeting at our next meeting. I wanted to update you on ISB member recruitment. So I thank you all. Many of you have given me lots of good suggestions. We've contacted a large number of potential candidates, and we've already received a number of applications, and there are a number more that have indicated that they're very interested and likely to apply. So I think we have a good pool of applicants coming in. If you have any additional suggestions, the deadline is September 30th, but as with the ISB deadline, or the lead scientist deadline, it's somewhat of a soft deadline, but we would appreciate any additional suggestions you might have. And actually, both the announcement for the ISB recruitment and the lead scientist both just went out earlier this week. Coastal and Estuarine Research Federation's email newsletter went out, and it was featured in that, so hopefully that might spur some additional interest. I also wanted to update you on the Delta Science Fellows application that I've mentioned previously. As you know, we support a number of fellows, usually about 8 to 10 postdocs and graduate students. That application, we've delayed the announcement slightly, but the announcement will be coming out shortly, probably the end of the month. And I think I mentioned previously, this year for the first time we'll be considering not just PhD students, but master's students as well. So we're hoping to get a large number of applications for that. Given that we've pushed back the announcement, the applications will likely be due sometime towards the end of the year in December. And we will forward that to you to encourage you to distribute that soon. Any questions on either of those two items? Okay, so then actually if we could have a slide. I wanted to give you an overview of a recent paper that I presented to the council, and I put up a slide. Actually, Kate Mellinson, who's the Sea Grant Fellow working on science communication issues, and helps with the lead scientist's report for the council, put together this visual abstract for this paper for the council. And so this as a way to try to simplify the message from some of the science articles that we're presenting and make it clearer to the council members and to the broader audience what some of the key findings are. So this paper, it's entitled "Plant Detritus is Selectively Consumed by Estuarine Copepods and Can Augment Their Survival." It's by Jennifer Harfman at UC Davis and colleagues from UC Davis and USGS. It was featured in scientific reports that Nature puts out earlier this summer. I will highlight that Jennifer Harfman is a Delta Science Fellow, and so this work was supported. We didn't choose it because of that. I chose it because, as a wetland ecologist, I thought, and historically so much of the work on the food web support has come with an aquatic focus, and so this paper really was looking at, does marsh productivity have any impact on aquatic food web support? And she did a series of experiments. The first experiment was feeding these copepods. It was Eurytemera affinis, feeding them in the lab with water from Sassoon Bay, and then looking at the composition of the productivity in the water versus what's in their guts, using a metagenomics DNA technique. And amazingly, what she found was about 99% of the productivity in the water was algal based. Only less than 1% was vascular plant based. In the gut of the copepods, about 35% of the of the productivity was algal based and 64% plant based. So they're clearly using that source. And mostly it's Tules, mostly it's Schonoplectus that probably is the, definitely if you're out in Sassoon Bay, in the marshes there. This was done off of water that was in Sassoon Bay near Sassoon Marsh, near the National Estuarine Research Reserve site at Rush Ranch. And so that was the first experiment. The second experiment is what's illustrated on the slide here. What she did in this case was she fed copepods with a diet, a mix, three different treatments, one where they were only fed algae, one where they were fed only plants, and then that were ground up and to a reasonable size that the copepods could take in, and then ones that was a mix where there was 3 times as much plant as algae. What she found was if you only feed them plants, they actually don't survive very long at all. It's much harder for them to digest, and so their survival rate with just plants is very low, much lower than if they're only eating the algae. But if you give them a mix, they actually lived significantly longer. And she used 3 different plants as controls or as treatments. But so overall, they increased their survivorship from 15 days to 35 days with a mix. So clearly, the plants they are taking them in, and it has some benefits for them. This was the first study looking at this, so there's lots of questions, I'm sure, about how they might be benefiting, but. She actually is continuing this work. That actually the lab that she's at received funding not from our program, but from California Department of Fish and Wildlife through Prop 1 funding to do some additional work that will build on this. So I think that was an interesting study with some interesting findings. So any questions?
Do we know what kind of plant that is?
Well, so in this case it was Thules, Chinoplectus. For the experiment they used Thules, cattails, and then actually an upland grass. And there were slight differences in survivorship. The highest survivorship was with Thules.
Yeah, I read I read the paper too after your presentation to the Stewardship Council. So it's a very interesting publication. One thing to maybe think about is whether it's the plants themselves or the microbes living on the plants that are providing the nutritional value.
Certainly that is a possibility, that it's sort of, secondary benefit of the decomposers.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? So then I also wanted to just briefly mention a report that we have supported that is, or that we've helped facilitate, that's a review of Mercury control efforts. So as you know, we often put together review panels. This was not this was a review that was done just on paper, but it was requested by the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board, and they have in place efforts to reduce mercury inputs. And so this review panel was asked to look at these control efforts, how they're being done, how effective they might be, and other issues. And so this was just the first phase of their review. They looked at 7 different control efforts that are a mixture of stormwater control and urban wastewater controls. And they in the coming year, they will be following up, looking at mercury dynamics in tidal wetlands and a mercury model for open water issues in the Delta. What they found from this report was that most of the efforts are meeting their targets, but there were a number of questions about how the control efforts, that they really aren't considering climate change in their control efforts, and they should be thinking not just about current control efforts, but thinking much more long-term and how those control efforts will continue into the future with changing sea level and other factors. And then they also highlighted that these are actually really a small percentage of the total load that's coming into the Delta from other sources, from agricultural sources or other sources, actually maybe much larger than these sources. And then they raised a number of other issues. But so I don't know if you have the link yet, but if you don't, I'll send you that link. And I would encourage you just to look over their summary of the review. And so any questions on that? Okay, so then I will turn it over to Madison, and Madison is going to give us an overview of a recent workshop that was held symposium and workshop on invasive species.
Yeah, so I guess 2 weeks ago I got to attend the Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination, or the DISC team. They had a symposia at UC Davis that focused on remote sensing efforts in the Delta. So it was remote sensing applications for management. It was co-hosted by the Delta Science Program, and it kind of focused on existing efforts in remote sensing for management of non-native species, and also the challenges that arise in future applications, and also increasing coordination among organizations in the Delta doing remote sensing. So some of the presentations focused on different remote sensing tools like LiDAR and hyperspectral aerial imagery and unmanned aerial vehicles and drones and sonar for remote sensing, and then also some focused on more species-specific topics like nutria and different types of vegetation and non-native shrimp, and there was also a fish presentation as well for looking at fish communities. Definitely it was really applicable to the ISB's review on non-native species. I guess especially in terms of non-native vegetation, there's a lot of remote sensing going on in order to map non-native vegetation and also native vegetation in the Delta, and it's, I guess, a big management effort right now in order to monitor it. It's really helpful because it can map vegetation at a really large scale and also in areas that aren't necessarily accessible on the ground. So it's just important for, I guess, seeing what the current state is right now and seeing what needs to be done to manage more. Yeah, it was really interesting and very informative.
John, I think you have a question.
Yeah. Was there anything in the symposium that had to do with ground truthing the remote sensing?
Yeah, from what I remember, and also just from what I read about remote sensing, I know with like the recent veg camp that's coming out soon, which maps a lot of the vegetation in the Delta, a part of that process is going down and ground truthing it with, from my high level understanding. So they look at the imagery and assess, or they say what type of vegetation it is, and they'll go down on the ground and some of the spots and we'll confirm that to kind of get accuracy. And I think that like the new veg camp that's coming out this year is 80%. They said it has like an 80% accuracy from what I remember. So there definitely is ground truthing going on to confirm the aerial images.
Any questions or comments for Madison? Tracy?
Was there remote sensing for nutria? Was that all going to be drones or something, or what's?
I believe actually that was the one talk that I missed.
Oh, okay.
I can tell you, they're using camera traps.
Oh, okay.
So that's how.
Yep. Okay.
They're using camera traps extensively.
Sounded very interesting. That was the last one.
Thank you, Madison. I'm glad you had the opportunity to attend that meeting.
And I just wanted to make one more comment, sort of on the same subject, with some work I'm doing up in the Puget Sound area. A paper just came out, and I'll send it to you, John, on ground truthing environmental DNA assessment of salmon populations in tributaries, with actually going out and doing the beach staining or the snorkel surveys. And they actually showed that the environmental DNA, it depended on the scale of that you were looking at, but at one scale, the environmental DNA was more accurate. It gave a better reflection of what was going on than the actual physical assessment, or at least equivalent. It had a tighter precision. It had less variability. So, I mean, again, I've been a skeptic about eDNA for a long time, but I think it is really coming into its own. So that's something that
I would appreciate that, because there's definitely a lot of interest here, and there's an upcoming symposium on eDNA. So I think people here would be very interested.
So back to you. I think John had a few more.
No,
things.
that's my last item. So
okay.
I'm done unless there's any other questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, I missed one. We do have an upcoming symposium. Wayne Landis from Western Washington University will be here September 19th for a brown bag seminar that will be broadcast as a webinar. So he'll be talking about risk assessment, adaptive management, and impacted ecological systems. So I would encourage you, that's September 19th at noon during the lunch hour, Wayne Landis, and we'll send you a reminder as well. Thank you for that reminder.
Thanks. Okay, so that wraps up the Delta Lead Scientist report. So we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is an update on DPIC's progress on addressing the Delta ISB's recommendations to improve interagency science. And I believe that Jay and Steve will give that update.
Yeah, Steve will, I'm sure, will add something to this. So we've completed the first little bit of the DPIC process on science funding, which is going to be a little report. We have one section of that report for subgroup 4, which was built around our letter to DPIC on strategic science assessments. We're proposing to have a workshop sometime in the new year. My guess is March, April-ish, to see that kind of a science needs assessment through, and to have essentially a briefing paper come out before that to sort of set up the questions and maybe put up a straw dog of what an assessment might look like, some aspects of an assessment. We've got some folks identified to help draft those things and to help develop the workshop. There'll be a lot more opportunities for us to weigh in on all that as it moves along. So I think that's where the whole thing lies at this point. The idea is to have this advanced briefing paper done sometime during the fall, well before the workshop. Steve, anything to add?
No, just that in a general sense, our work group is one of 4 work groups, and they've each finished their reports on time, and now there is a draft of sort of a short summary of all the 4 of those workshop results that's going to be, it's in the process of being written now and be presented at the next DPIC meeting, I think on November 4th, and for their approval, I guess, or looking at.
Okay. And just to clarify, there was a document in our meeting materials, so this, I guess it's a draft report from subgroup 4, and I guess
Yes, so this is our component to the larger DPIC report.
Okay. And I don't know if members of the ISB had a chance to look at that, if there's any feedback or anything that we'd want to discuss at this point, or?
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that was in their stuff, but in there, now that I look at it, is a reasonably current draft of what we're talking about in terms of workshop outline. So any feedback on that particular, that's still to be evolved, but any feedback on the workshop itself, we're happy to take any comments on that.
We have lots of time to work on this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess one thing I sort of, in my sort of cursory read of it, I like the fact that there were different breakout groups listed, but also there's a half day at the end of the workshop that's focused on policy and management discussions. So I thought that was, I don't know, I think that's a nice combination to make sure that, things will be implemented or that will be designed in a way that serves policy and management.
So just to go through this little packet that we have here, the first 2 pages are the little chapter in the DPIC report, and then the Appendix A is some current thoughts on what the workshop would look like. And then the last, Appendix B, the last 2 pages, that ends with a cartoon, is sort of an outline for the advanced briefing paper. So if you have thoughts on any of those, please send them along to Steve and I, and
Okay.
we'll
Yeah.
be happy to see them. If you want to volunteer to write anything, let us know too.
Thank you. Yeah, it looks like both the work group and the larger effort is moving forward in a positive way. Okay, so any questions or public comment before we move on? Tom?
This sort of transitions to the next discussion that Dick will be leading on rapid change. When I look at the problem statement, it almost sounds like the rapid change discussion.
Well, it was motivated by it, sure.
It was motivated, yeah. But it sounds like it's going to cover some of the same ground, anticipating what Dick's going to say, so.
Yeah, it should.
Yeah, hopefully the 2 efforts will reinforce one another, but yeah, this is maybe a good time to transition to Dick's update on the paper that he's working on, which is focused on implications of conducting ecological research under rapid environmental change.
Okay. Obviously, we are making great progress because rapid change is showing up in Steve and Jay's work. It's showing up in the upcoming conference in October, or at least forward-looking science is showing up as a title. So what are we doing? And it's not clear that the paper we will write will be a board product or not a board product. And at this stage, we are writing it with the hopes that it'll be a board product. But it may be a product that is too speculative on the difficulties of responding to rapid change for everyone to sign off on. We discussed for an hour and a half yesterday. We have an outline that John has proffered that allows us to incorporate the comments that we have received from other members of the board. We're very open to comments from board members who haven't responded or those who would like to respond again, because this seems to be a topic that keeps stimulating thought. The survey of how the environmental sciences and ecology in particular have responded to the Anthropocene and responded to rapid change in particular, which is an aspect of being inside the scene, has really only developed one clear example of how ecology might move. And in many ways, that is just what's called horizon scanning. And this is something what scientists had been doing individually. As always, you're saying, what's going to be the most important research area for me to work on? What's the most important? But it was always horizon scanning within a narrow horizon of a specialist. And so how do we get interdisciplinary horizon scanning and horizon scanning that's deeper, though maybe that's actually events coming at us much more quickly, done as a group project and formalized and then fed back into the process. Other than that, the responses of the scientific community to the Anthropocene has been heavy into coupled human natural systems. Human natural systems work takes a lot of time because it really is interdisciplinary. And that's not terribly good for being quick on our feet when we're facing rapid change. And yet clearly we're in times in which we are in a coupled human natural system response feedback process. So we need to be doing that kind of research to be looking at the big picture, but it's not an approach to respond to rapid change. I have noted before that forestry is the area in which has been most jerked around by rapid change right in our own times. The rapid increase in frequency and intensity of forest fires has shifted the research agenda of forest science. And I haven't been able to document that. You see it in individual articles, but when I asked the chair of the State Forestry Board, who happens to have been our past dean of the College of Natural Resources, is there any good documentation of how forestry has actually responded in the last 10 years, and what's the research agenda look like? He says, that's a really great question, I'll get back to you. And then a week later he says, I'm still thinking about this, I'll get back to you. And that was 2 weeks ago. So this is clearly sort of the most interesting analogy, though it's a much quicker, more extreme analogy of how ecological thinking has had to shift. At this point, we are hoping to have a good draft that can be made available publicly for our next public meeting. And we are working steadily towards that. But nothing quite yet.
When you say next meeting, do you mean our October teleconference or our November?
I'd like to say the meeting in person.
Yeah, I think that would be good to have. I think the discussion will be more informative if it's done in person.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe more vibrant. Yeah. So I guess do you feel like you have a niche that's different than the effort that's happening with the DPIC groups, or is it important to keep these two efforts informed of each other's directions?
Well, we'll let that play out, but we would hope that we would have at least a good draft that could be circulated. Well, I guess the DPIC formal meeting would be in October, no, it's March or January, February. Where are you thinking?
Yeah, we're thinking, well, right now the 2 months we're looking at is January and or April, just given scheduling and so forth. Remember that this whole DPIC effort was triggered in part by Dick's original comment and talk about this rapid change stuff, and that triggered us to write a letter to DPIC, which then triggered the workshop. And our thought was always in the timeline is that prior to that workshop there would be board discussions on probably the broader scale, what the big issues are, broader scale, perhaps even bring a couple of folks in and give some seminars on that broader context, and the workshop itself would be very much more focused in on specific science needs assessment relative to that topic in the Delta.
So if we can provide a background paper at the bigger level, that would be something. So January or April. But if we have a draft that hasn't been approved by the board but still is out in the public, that could work.
So one of the things that's on my sort of calendar as chair is to think about, we had discussed maybe having a workshop or a panel discussion that would be complementary to the paper that you're working on, and that would maybe be in advance of the DPIC effort. So is that still in the plan?
We need to pick a date. If I think we're moving along again. I think a date would push us further and we could start inviting people. We do have a list of people who've been suggested to me.
Okay.
And we're also open to more suggestions on that.
Right. So my understanding is we probably would need at least 2 months to arrange and schedule that type of panel. Should we be thinking about that for our January in-person meeting?
Well,
Or-
if their meeting is pushed off to April, January would be perfect. But if their meeting actually shows up in January, it's really difficult to do science under rapid change.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's something for us to keep tabs on, because I did see that panel, brown bag, whatever it was going to be, as an important part of the process, and an important sort of complementary activity that the board would, organize in association with what DPIC is doing. And I don't want it to fall through the cracks.
So I think we should probably think about that panel and making recommendations to the staff by probably October, or if not November, if we're talking about our January 9th and 10th meeting for doing that, to give them at least 2 months lead time.
So, Steve has.
Just a general comment. I sent this, I think, to some of the members to point out that the ASLO meeting next summer, that's the American Society of Limnology and Oceanography, just to show you how apropos this is, the theme of the meeting is Sustaining Aquatic Ecosystems Under Global Change. This is a meeting that has thousands of people, and the next sentence reads, "Rapid change is a defining feature of the modern era." And then it goes on and talks about water scarcity and regulating flow and fisheries and so forth. So, and they're looking for a number of scientific sessions on that particular theme. So it's really, along the way, we might just keep track of what kind of themes are coming up and what speakers might be doing that. The conference is co-chaired by Steve Carpenter, who might have been one of the names on your list, who is retiring. So,
so we may
might be
build on
one
that.
person, but.
I think I sent out, but if I didn't, I wanted to let you know, Tuesday next week, DWR is hosting a summit on climate change issues around water issues, planning for change, climate change vulnerability, and an adaptation summit here in Sacramento, and it is open to the public. There's actually a number of panels, Carla Namath, Armando Quintero from the Water Commission, Susan Tatayan from the Stewardship Council will be there, Wade Crowfoot from the Natural Resources Agency, as well as a number of scientists. So Casey Brown, Patrick Reed, Marty Ralph, and Alex Hall will be panelists on a panel looking at innovative opportunities for around water uncertainty. So I'll send that link to you so you can see the agenda and the discussion.
I have it on my calendar and hope to be there.
Good.
Tom?
There we go. While we're chronicling these meetings, Stanford has a strange one on October 6th, where they're proposing solutions to all these accelerating changes that we're confronted with. And if any of you are interested in information on that, I can send it to you.
Please do. I would send it to John or Edmund so they could distribute it to the board.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, so it definitely, sorry, did you want to comment? It definitely seems that this is a theme that is cutting across environmental science, and I think if it would be helpful to the board to just have a summary of different meetings and symposia and things that are happening in the larger scientific community. That might also be a good resource for potential speakers to invite to our activities. Okay, so in terms of next steps, I just want to summarize. So the committee is going to continue working on the draft paper with the hope of having a draft manuscript available for discussion at our November in-person meeting. And then we're sort of loosely targeting January for a panel or brown bag talks or something. And I believe you also mentioned that the committee had a list of tentative names that they might advance to the science program staff maybe in October or so.
Probably should start that now.
Okay. And so let's see, John and then Edmund.
Yeah, I just provide a little bit of overarching perspective on this. I think the challenge is we know that the environment and everything is changing very rapidly. It is changing at an accelerating rate, and many of those changes are going to be disruptive. So the question is, how is science coping with this? And what we're seeing is there are lots of new tools and methods that are coming into play. eDNA, drones, the list goes on. And that is providing new tools, but the question is, are those tools being used explicitly to address the problems of the speed of change, or just looking at the same kind of scientific questions with new tools? The second component is, are there ways of accelerating the process of science so that essentially the turnaround between posing the question and getting the results and putting them into management is speeded up to deal with rapid changes? Those have to do with rapidly accelerating the scientific process. But I think the part of the question that we want to address is whether the nature of rapid changes and accelerating rapid changes itself requires changes in how the scientific process itself is conducted. In other words, is the standard model of doing science, regardless of whether we bring new tools into it or speed up the cycle of the process, is that adequate to deal explicitly with the fact that conditions are changing so rapidly that by the time you get results, the system has changed from underneath you and the results are no longer applicable? You're dealing with a different system. And that's something that's a basic conundrum for the scientific process. So I think that's sort of the context, I think, in which we're trying to think about this. And as you progress along that series of steps, the final step of the conundrum becomes more imponderable, but that's what makes it fun.
Sorry. Thank you, John. And Edmund, did you have a comment maybe about scheduling or process?
Mm-hmm. I just actually wanted to follow up with you on one of your suggestions of having like a summary of all these things that relate to each other in terms of like rapid change and accelerating change. So I'm just wondering, are you thinking of something along the lines of like a calendar and then like a summary of what happened? Or are you thinking of like trying to tie these things in together so there isn't like an appearance of like overlap and duplication?
Right. I was mostly thinking more about the calendar, just so that we would be aware of the activities that are occurring, and also so that we could participate in upcoming activities when there is opportunity.
Okay.
And maybe just knowing what is happening in the larger community will help us to refine our niche so that there isn't a lot of duplication of effort as well. I think that just knowing the landscape is going to be helpful in that.
Okay, that would be helpful. I think we can probably try to pull together something like that for the next meeting, like what events have occurred, what is occurring soon, and what the scopes of all these things that we talk about.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. And if anyone on the board or even in the audience, if you know of activities or conferences, workshops, et cetera, that are addressing this concept of rapid environmental change, maybe you could pass that information along to Edmund so he can include it in the summary.
And Edmund, if there's any information that'll be webcast as opposed to actually having to attend, that would be great to know as well.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think that wraps up that Delta ISB item. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this topic before we move on to the next agenda item? And actually, Joy, I also wanted to give you an opportunity. I know it can be hard to jump in, so if you're on the line and you wanted to add anything to the discussion, this would be a good time to do that.
I'm happy listening. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. Just trying to decide on our agenda. So our next agenda item is a presentation, and we need to wait for that until after lunch. Let's see, what do you think, Edmund? Should we go to updates, or should we just maybe take an early break?
I think an early, longer lunch is fine if everyone's open to that, because I think some other items, I think it's probably better to hold off.
Right. Okay. So if that works for everyone, we'll take an extended lunch break, and we have a presentation immediately following lunch by Steve Rothert of American Rivers, so that will begin promptly at 1 p.m. Okay, thank you, everyone. This is our afternoon session, and the first item during the afternoon is a presentation that will give us an overview of the voluntary agreements. In several of the activities that the board has been involved in recently, so for example, the IEP review, the monitoring enterprise review, which is ongoing, and other activities, the voluntary agreements have been brought up in the context of the science needs assessments that were proposed as part of those review processes. So today we thought it would be helpful for the board to learn a little bit more about the voluntary agreements and to learn how those agreements might inform the work that we're doing. So we have invited Steve Rothert from American Rivers to present to us today. I know a few of the members of the board are familiar with Steve, but for those who are not, Steve is the director of American Rivers California Regional Office. He's been in that position since 2002. He manages the American Rivers programs in California that are related to hydropower reform, fish restoration, dam removal, climate change, and water supply. He brings very appropriate expertise to his position. He has a BS degree in ecology from UCLA and a master's degree in river sciences from UC Berkeley. And so what Steve will do is walk us through a presentation that he's prepared for us. I'm anticipating that presentation will run about 20 minutes, and then we'll follow up with a question and answer period that will also be about 20 minutes in length. So thank you, Steve, for joining us today, and whenever you're ready, I turn the podium over to you.
I'm ready. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk with you about the voluntary agreements. I'm honored to be here and share with you what my experience and views of it have been. And I would just say that I'm excited to see Dr. Resch. He was my favorite professor in my graduate program. I was not alone. I think he won 3 or 4. I lost count of the number of teaching awards that you won while you were there. And so happy to see you again and share this time. So I have been working on this effort to develop voluntary agreements for the update of the Bay Delta Plan for 6 years or so now, from about 2013. And now we're in the 3rd iteration of negotiations to try to develop these voluntary agreements. And I know many of you are from other parts of the country, and it's a complicated process, and so it's probably difficult thing to keep up with and really understand. So I thought I would just go back a little bit. So the Bay Delta Plan, or the Water Quality Control Plan for the Bay Delta, is a plan that sets the water quality standards for, I think it's 123 rivers and streams in the Central Valley, 40% of the state, 40 or so percent of the runoff in the state. We've had 2 Bay Delta plans before, 1995, 2006, and if we get another one, it'll be 2020 or 2021. It's supposed to, these plans are supposed to be updated every 3 years, but we don't quite achieve that. We consider this more the circadian period of review, which is in the order Hemiptera, right, Dr. Resch, if I remember? And so the Bay Delta plans are made up of 2 things generally, 2 parts. One is the objectives. There's the narrative objective. The conditions that would support conditions necessary to support salmon doubling and viability. And then there are the numeric objectives that go along with that. In this case, 40% unimpaired flow for the San Joaquin Basin, and to be determined, but it's proposed for the Sacramento and Delta between 45 and 65% of unimpaired flows. And there are also water quality numeric objectives related to temperature and dissolved oxygen and others. Another part of the Bay Delta Plan is the program of implementation, which sets forth what the water rights holders in the Bay Delta Basin are supposed to do to implement the plan and achieve the narrative objectives. And then lastly, there's a monitoring program that goes along with that. The trick with these Bay Delta plans is they're not self-implementing. So the board passes this, develops and passes or adopts a water quality control plan, but it doesn't just implement itself. They have to then go through a water rights proceeding that sort of apportions the responsibility among all of the water rights holders to contribute to achieving the objectives. And therein lies the rub, right? Because there are something like 8,000 or more water rights holders in the basin, and we've never successfully adjudicated water rights in the Bay Delta Basin, and the similar water rights adjudications that have completed recently have taken on the order of decades. For example, in the Klamath Basin, they have, I think, 350 water rights. It's taken 35 years to get through the administrative phase of it, and now it's into the judicial period, and so who knows how long it'll take. So the idea of resolving thousands of water rights in the Bay Delta Basin is really quite a daunting concept. So hence the idea to try to develop these voluntary agreements that would become part of, but not be the only content in the water quality control plan. So currently the voluntary agreements have been developed and proposed for most of the rivers, but not all of them. So the Sacramento, Feather, Yuba, American, McCollum, and Tuolumne, but the Stanislaus and Merced are not part of the process yet. They're sort of hanging in the wings and having some conversations with the state officials, but haven't been fully engaged in negotiations for a number of years, or a couple of years anyway. So the key components of the plan or the voluntary agreements so far are flow, habitat, and funding commitments that all of the parties have made over the past year. Then there are biological and environmental targets that we are developing for those assets, as we call them, meaning the biological and environmental outcomes that we would expect to occur or result from the implementation of those assets that have been proposed. And I've put Delta there in question mark, and I'll come back to that towards the end of the talk to just discuss how difficult that portion of the effort is. And some of those targets will be enforceable, and some will just be more of a guidance utility for the plan. There's a governance program, a science program that I'll talk a little bit more about, and then there's stipulated enforcement, which is sort of a technical issue, but an important part of the agreement. And we're considering it being a 15-year term, and there would be annual and triennial reporting to the board. So the key parties you can see there, it's just about everybody in the Central Valley and beyond, except for the Stanislaus parties and Merced Irrigation District, who are not in the process at this point. And I've listed the NGOs there as well. Those are the 7 who've been actively engaged in the past year in this iteration of the discussions. The status, so in December of 2018, the board approved phase 1 of the update of the Bay Delta Plan. And phase 1 is the San Joaquin River Basin, and they broke it up into the process into 3 phases. The first would be San Joaquin Basin, the second phase would be Sacramento and the Delta, and then the third phase is this dreaded adjudication of water rights. So in simple terms, for the San Joaquin, the plan requires 40% unimpaired flow from the San Joaquin tributaries. But they also created a carve-out for the Tuolumne River because the Tuolumne parties, Modesto Irrigation District, Turlock Irrigation District, and the City and County of San Francisco had developed a proposed voluntary agreement. So the board said, okay, for the San Joaquin, everybody's got to comply with the 40% unimpaired and other things, except for the Tuolumne, you've got your proposed voluntary agreement, so we're going to lump you into the other parties in the phase 2 area, and we'll consider the voluntary agreements as they come together and become a package as part of that. And so if we accept you, Tuolumne, your proposed voluntary agreement, you will not be subject to the 40% unimpaired flow. So that was in December, and the board also encouraged the Sacramento River Basin parties and Delta parties to continue on the effort to develop the voluntary agreements and then report back to the board in March and in June. And we've been doing that, and we've been making a lot of progress, but we still have a long way to go. The state team, meaning the Natural Resources Agency, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Water Resources, and the Cal EPA and State Water Board have been trying to work together to get on the same page about the process and the outcomes and all of that. And so we consider them the state team. And right now, they are evaluating the package of proposed voluntary agreements for each of the tribs and the Delta, along with the other components of the agreement, such as the governance program and the science program and other elements of it. And by the end of September, they are expecting to have some modeling completed that evaluates the impacts of the proposed flow assets on stream flows as compared to existing conditions, as compared to the board's other proposed or initially proposed 40% unimpaired for the San Joaquin and 45 to 65% unimpaired for the Sacramento and Delta. So at the end of September, we will have CalSim modeling done, SACWAM modeling done, WSE modeling done, and then I always forget the Delta model. Is it S? What's that? RMA, thank you. That's Jennifer Pierre. She's been very active on behalf of the state water contractors and is co-chair of the governance and science committee with me. So the RMA model is looking at delta conditions and what the proposed flow scenarios would do to habitat availability across the delta in the different scenarios. So the state team will complete its evaluation by September 30th, and then over the course of 2 weeks, we're going to have another intense period of negotiation in which, in theory, we will reach agreement on the key content of the voluntary agreements. And I should say for the record that the NGOs don't believe that the assets that have been put on the table, the water, the habitat, and the funding is adequate. But we'll see what the state says. And then by the middle of October, the state intends to have this adequacy determination, which would then lead to finalizing the agreements by Halloween and then submitting it to the board, and the board would take a year and a half or two to do its evaluation, its CEQA document, and then make a determination as to whether it meets the legal requirements of providing reasonable protection for the beneficial uses in the basin. So that's where we are. And I'll just say, if folks have burning questions, please interrupt me, and I'm happy to pause and clarify anything if necessary as I'm going along. Yeah.
I know it's a slow process, but it seems the 2 years between the time that it's been submitted to the board and making a decision seems like an awful long time if everybody's trying to get this going faster. Is there any way to, have people talked about, is that realistically as quickly as it can possibly go?
Well, yeah, and that was the reaction of many of us, and we'd like to think that it could go faster, and there might be ways to bring additional resources to it and outside consulting capacity. If you look back over the past, 7 years since we started, you might think, well, that's a reasonable expectation, and maybe they're trying to manage expectations more than they have in the past. But yeah, it's a concern for sure. Like, what do we do between submittal and the beginning of, or adoption by the board? So they're also developing a scientific basis report and a comparison of outcomes report that are intended to be done by, or at least drafts, by mid-October. And then the parties would review them, and then the scientific basis report would go through its legally required peer review process towards the end of November. So what's on the table? These are some of the flow assets, or these are the flow assets that have been proposed by the different tributaries and the exporters, and most of the flow volumes that you see there would be available in above normal, below normal, and dry years. Usually, for most cases, no water available or offered in wet years or critically dry years. So, I mean, that's something just to make sure that you understand it. So together, there would be about 445, 450 acre-feet, 1,000 acre-feet of new water, some resulting from fallowing, others from reduced deliveries to members of irrigation districts and municipal districts. And then there's an amount that would be available from the exporters by foregoing diversions that they would otherwise legally be allowed to take advantage of. And it's difficult to model it, but I like to think of it as maybe about 250,000 acre feet, and Jennifer might say 300,000 acre feet, but it's about there. So moving on. So these are just a few maps showing you what has been developed to describe the habitat assets, the habitat projects that have been offered in the various voluntary agreements. And you can't read it, but I just wanted you to have a sense of the spread and the number of projects. And I think these two pictures are of the Delta and the northern arc that I'm sure you all are very familiar with. And there are projects throughout the system, more in the Sacramento Valley than in the San Joaquin Valley, but there are a couple in the San Joaquin Valley as well. So the overall governance structure, we can think of as at two levels. One is at the system-wide governance, system-wide level, and then the tributary/delta level. So at the system-wide level, there would be an overall management committee that would get assistance and input and expertise from the program office that would be sort of the day-to-day implementation and management of the program. There would be a flow operations team that would provide guidance on what's feasible, what's possible, what's doable in terms of managing the different flows, and then a science and technical committee that would be made up of folks who will help make decisions about scientific questions, the science program, the monitoring that's coming back and interpreting and developing recommendations for adaptive management as the program goes forward. And then on the tributary level, each of the tributaries and the delta itself would have its own governance entities. Some tributaries already have these sorts of things, like on the Yuba, there's the river management team. On the McCollum, they have a group, and so on. But some tributaries would need new entities. And I think in the Delta, the CAMP and CSAMP entities would be considered a potential Delta entity for the purposes of implementing the voluntary agreement. And I know that there has been some discussion of that, but John, I think at the last, or one of the CSAMP or CAMP meetings, I'm forgetting, we discussed this at some length. And the system-wide governance committee would be made up of representatives of the tributary and delta entities. So it's not like it would be different people per se, just different sort of constitution of the various stakeholders in the process. And any signatory would be allowed to be involved in the system-wide governance committee and the tributary governance entities as well. So this is a big, impossible to read chart, but I just want to point out that the box on the top is meant to describe the multi-year strategic plan process that we will go through to develop sort of general guidelines for how we will implement the agreement and how we will deploy the flow and habitat and other assets over a long period of time. And then on an annual basis, which is the middle box, would be decisions that would be particular to each year and the water type that we're experiencing and the specific habitat actions that we're trying to implement, the specific science questions that we're trying to ask and answer, and would be informed, of course, by the long-term strategic plan. And then the bottom box is just the monitoring and learning and adapting part of the process that we'll talk a little bit more about. So the principles that we developed as stakeholders in the process, you can see there. I think one of the things I would just highlight is that the idea is not that this VA effort would create wholly new science infrastructure and processes and bodies where they already exist. And we want to take advantage of this group and other groups that are already doing work and asking these questions and thinking about these things such that we're not getting in each other's way and we're taking advantage of the existing efforts and investments out there. And hopefully, I mean, the idea is that we would be coordinating and integrating and filling gaps and working together to ask and answer some of the big questions that are in the way of making good or the best management decisions that we can. So then the approach consistent with those principles is that we would we would consider the program a network of actors throughout the system that are doing work that we would be coordinating with, supplementing, complementing. There would be specific studies related to the implementation of the assets of the voluntary agreement. We'd again want to leverage the existing science efforts. And really the program would be, the core functions would be to inform the decision-making of implementing the voluntary agreements, track progress towards achieving the biological and environmental targets, and then trying to address some of the big questions that there's a lot of uncertainty around. And one of the ones that I would just offer is the hypothesis, the theory that providing access for juvenile salmon to floodplain rearing habitat will not only allow them to grow much more quickly and become much bigger, which we've seen, but that would also allow them to survive through Delta Passage and survive ocean conditions and come back in higher numbers. And that's the theory, but to my understanding, that hasn't been really tested and proven. And so that would be one of the big questions that we would want to try to get at in this process. And then, of course, recommending adjustments to the implementation of the assets, this adaptive management concept that you're so familiar with. So getting to the questions and issues, and I've just gone over 20 minutes, but so some of the challenges and questions that have come up is, first of all, the narrative objectives. The big goal of the Bay Delta Plan is not constructed in a way that's easy to implement. So what do the conditions that would support salmon doubling and viability of native fish, what does that mean? What are those conditions? The board hasn't defined them, and they don't plan to, and so it's left to other parties to define what those conditions actually should be. And we're having some debates in the voluntary agreement about what that is, and whether the board should even develop them, and whether we should have overall biological and environmental targets to support the narrative objective as part of the VA. So that's a big issue. And then also a very difficult one is what biological and environmental targets should we have for the Delta, right? I mean, I don't know the Delta very well, but my understanding from hearing and reading about these issues is that we might be able to describe biological and environmental conditions necessary for Delta smelt for some of their conditions, but maybe other species, but not all of them and not comprehensively. And so how do we set up a voluntary agreement with useful targets for Delta conditions that we can aim for in implementing the flow and habitat assets? Right now, we don't know. And so the struggle is, if we don't have enough information to develop specific biological and environmental targets, then what do we use? And of course, the NGOs say, let's use unimpaired flow, and it should be 55%. And the water community says, well, that's not reasonable because it's a proxy, and we don't really know what's going on in the Delta, and maybe that's not the best use of water. So that's sort of where we are in the conversation right now. And then another question that we have in the tributaries, we've developed dozens of targets, biological and environmental targets: temperature, spawning, depth, gravel size, floodplain rearing, depth, velocity, cover, substrate, on and on and on. But it's not practical to establish all of those as enforceable targets that we have to monitor and hold people account to. So what do we use instead, or what of those dozens of targets do we use to implement the project or program? And then another question is, do we have enough assets to really experiment? So the 450,000 acre feet plus the 250 or so from the exporters, is that enough to really see, to move the needle? We don't know. And so can we store up water over a year or two and have maybe 800,000 that we can work with? And is that even enough? So that's another question. And then the one that might be of interest to you as well is how best to coordinate with the existing efforts and organizations and entities out there trying to manage and study and learn and improve the conditions in the watershed. So that is where I wanted to leave you with the questions and challenges and ask for any brilliant ideas or questions or thoughts that you might have on this effort, and I'm open. So we've taken, I think, about 25 minutes.
Thank you, Steve. It is very informative to both have some of the documents that we had to read in preparation for the meeting, as well as to hear your presentation. So I'll just open the floor to comments or feedback from members of the ISB. Does anybody? I don't know if we can offer brilliance, but.
Sure.
I just have a comment.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And actually, Joy Zedler, who is a member of our board, is participating remotely. So yes, go ahead, Joy.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation and for making the link between the target and the indicator that is so difficult to measure. Do you have the luxury of starting with many of those indicators and then finding out over time which one is giving you the best information?
Do we have the luxury to start out with a bigger number of indicators and find out over time which are the most useful? Boy, I would like to say we do, but I think given the climate, the environment of the negotiations, I think it'll be hard to reach agreement on much of this. I think ideally, many of us would agree that yes, we should start with a wide variety and a good number of indicators and just test over time which are useful, which are informative, and which aren't. And maybe we will be able to do that. We certainly will have to agree on which of the targets, which of the indicators will be enforceable. And I think in the unenforceable or the non-enforced group of indicators, we could do that. We could identify a long list of them and then learn over time which are the best to follow.
Right. You might also find that some of the indicators are correlated with one another, and so there may be, and I guess I say that with the caveat that correlation is not causation necessarily, but it may allow you to identify variables that have predictive capacity, but maybe some are easier to measure than others.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's a great idea.
Let's see. I think Jay Lund.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is very, very useful and very informative. I sure hope it can work. But given how complex this thing is and how variable the hydrology is and how variable returns of salmon are just based on ocean conditions and other things, there's a high probability that it won't work the way you'd like, the way you'd intend, even if you can get everybody to agree.
Right.
And I worry that it seems like it's got about a 7-year cycle to make improvements. There's no hope of chasing it down fast enough, I would worry, unless you can find a faster way to chase it down and a more flexible way to operate it and make improvements. Even with the best of intentions and everything, right? It's just as a pragmatic matter. You have a set of assets in terms of the habitat projects, and you have a set of assets in terms of water that I presume you're going to operate in a smart way.
We'll try, yes.
And reoperate seasonally. So,
Right.
so with the wet assets, you can operate them seasonally with the variability and with the habitat assets, presumably you'll have some operations plans for them for different year types and things like that as well. This is a lot to bring together. I mean, I don't see any other way for it to succeed than the general direction that you have laid out, but it does seem you have to really improve the cycling rate of making the assessments and figuring out what works and moving ahead more than sending it back to a team of lawyers for 3 years in each cycle.
Yeah, that is absolutely right, and a good comment. I mean, I went quickly over the science program principles, and one of them that we have identified here, or two that are related to what you're saying, is efficiency and timeliness. That often it takes far too long to conduct an experiment, gather the data, evaluate it, synthesize it, and then come to some conclusions. For our purposes in making annual decisions and even seasonal decisions, I think we need to really speed it up. And and that's one of our goals. I'm not sure anybody really knows how to do it, but that's certainly something that we recognize.
And to some degree, that you have to speed it up, and to another degree, you have to make interim decisions until the more solid science comes through for you.
Right, which I think, if we can achieve, what might seem like the impossible at this point and create a climate of at least some trust where people are willing to go forward with educated guesses and then learn as we go forward without resorting to litigation or other forms of attack, then we might be able to do that. And that's really the hope behind this effort, that we can create a different way, a whole different mode of managing such a complex and vast and changing system.
Right.
So, Steve, thanks very much. It was very informative. You mentioned the enforceable and the guidance sort of targets. Could you talk more about how you're thinking about what would be enforceable or what would be guidance and how they'd be distinguished and
Sure.
used?
And we have talked about it quite a lot. And I think in general, at least the way I'm thinking about it, and I think many of the parties are, that the targets that would be associated with implementation of the assets, whether it's the flow assets or the habitat assets, would be enforceable. Did you provide the 50,000 acre feet this year? Did you construct the 100 acres of floodplain rearing habitat to the suitable criteria on the schedule that you had proposed? So I think those types of targets would be the enforceable, and I think the biological targets, like how is the system responding to those actions, would be probably more the guidance. Like, I think we can probably, and some of the parties have suggested holding themselves to survival targets on their tributary, from egg to fry to outmigrant, some rate of survival in their system. But through Delta survival, return rates of salmon, timing of outmigrants, size of outmigrants, those are probably more on the guidance end of the spectrum of targets. The ones that we have less control of.
So those are what would be used for the adaptive management kind of idea of, they would inform future decisions or?
Yes, absolutely. In addition to the enforceable environmental targets that would be more implementation related, would also inform the adaptive management. Yeah.
I'm going to ask kind of it's probably a dumb or naive question, but I'm wondering, I mean, this is a very large and complex enterprise, and I'm wondering if there are, I don't know, smaller scale tests of the approach. Like, are there some basins where the groups are better aligned or are more willing to embark on this path, and that could provide you with some early successes that might help with the idea of building trust at a broader regional scale?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are definitely tributaries where there has been, over the last 5 or 10 years, quite a lot more collaboration and trust established among the agricultural community and conservation groups and agencies. And the Sacramento Basin, for example, has been really successful in the last few years in many of the farmers taking initiative with conservation groups to implement a variety of projects for spawning or fish passage or rearing habitat. And so that's a good example of just what you're talking about. We're hoping that we will be able to have a comprehensive agreement, because it becomes difficult if some are going forward and others are not. I mean, even in the San Joaquin Basin, where we've got the Tuolumne that is trying to head down the voluntary agreement path, and the Stanislaus and Merced aren't, how that works out and whether the Stan and the Merced get in the way of the Tuolumne pursuing voluntary agreements is a question. And so, but I think if it does, if the big comprehensive agreement doesn't work, I think there will be pockets of collaboration that will go forward and try to build that trust and be the example for the rest of the system.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the board? Oh, actually, so let's hear from you.
Sorry for my naivety here. Now, some of these efforts you describe here, quite a bit of duplication with Delta Science Program and other agencies. So what are the kind of integrative things that you can leverage that other agencies and your effort, so that the result can be much better?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I have to say that I'm probably not the best one to answer it. I think Jennifer would have probably more to say about this than I do, because she's been involved in the Delta more than I have. But our intent is to try to figure out ways to best integrate and complement what's out there, and really where we create new things, new efforts, it would be to fill gaps. And so, yeah, I mean, that's what we hope to do, recognizing that there's a whole world of Delta-related efforts ongoing that we're cognizant of, and we just haven't gotten to the point of developing the more specific and real ways to interact and not duplicate. Yeah, sorry, I can't be more specific. It's a good question that we're struggling with.
So, Vince and then Jay.
Steve, have the key parties evolved over time, or is it a pretty consistent group of agencies, water districts, NGOs? And has the success in the past with these indicate good things for the future?
The parties have been mostly consistent. There have been, so last year under the Brown administration, the negotiations were a little bit more narrow, where it was mostly the Natural Resources Agency, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Water Resources negotiating with the tributaries, Sacramento, Feather, Yuba, American, and the exporters weren't involved so much, nor were the NGOs involved in some of the most consequential conversations between the administration and the water users. So beginning with the Newsom administration, the table broadened, became much more, I think, organized and energized, I would say, with the direct engagement of the two secretaries in the process on an ongoing basis. The NGOs have been largely the same from the beginning, although we've added one or two over the last year or so, and more water users have come on, like the exporters and the McCollum and the PUDA folks. They came on just in the last few months, but the Stanislaus and the Merced kind of dropped out at the end of last year when they pulled back the offer that they had made to the administration. And so the collaborative, to get to another part of your question, the collaborative efforts among the conservation groups and the water users have been, in many cases, with conservation groups that aren't at the table, such as California Trout and Audubon and Ducks Unlimited. American Rivers, we collaborate as much as we can with ag folks in the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley. TNC does as well, and they're at the table, and TU does. But the Bay Institute, Defenders of Wildlife, and those folks, they don't work so much with the other side. Yeah.
And we'll just take a final question from Jay Lund, and then we probably need to wrap up and move on to our next item.
Sure.
So this is would be a 15-year agreement. And you're going to have annual operations agreements.
Or, yeah, plans. So we'll have this multi-year strategic plan that will set forth in general what we expect to do in this type of year and that type of year and the other type of year, and maybe even contemplate what we might do in a sequence of 2 dry years or 2 wet years. But then every year we will, within the flexibility and the range of options in the strategic plan, make annual decisions about how to operate. And there's a really cool new tool that a guy at the Department of Water Resources has developed that links all the tributaries with the delta, and we can play with when and over what period we would deploy the flow assets and see how it ripples through the system and works its way through the delta and out the Golden Gate. That will help us make those sorts of decisions as we go.
Do you have any sort of mid-course correction points during the 15 years? Say maybe 3 or 5 years during this thing, sort of, okay, now let's have some independent people come take a look at how well this is working and ways to improve it or not. And
yes, we have planned for mid-course corrections. I think there will be, in theory anyway, the board will have triennial reviews of the implementation, and those will be opportunities. Whether the strategic plans that we develop are on a 3-year or multiple of 3-year, 6-year cycle, we haven't yet determined. And we do recognize, as you were pointing out earlier, that many of the projects will take years to get in the ground and then more years to see any effect from. So we're thinking that somewhere midway, 8 years or so, would be another opportunity to take a hard look at what we're doing. And then towards the 12th, 13th year, we'll start thinking about VA 2.0 if we get there.
Yeah. Well, this is very interesting. It's very hard to get the initial agreement, and I think even after you get the initial agreement, it's going to be very hard to implement. But I can't think of anything else working any better, so good
luck. Right. It's either, I mean, it's crazy that we think we can do this, but I think it's even crazier to think that we can get an adjudication among 8,000, 9,000 water rates. So we'll take the less crazy route.
You might want to talk with our chair about any role for the science board in terms of overseeing the scientific controversies that might come up.
Yeah, we have big plans.
I know they won't come up.
We have big plans for you guys.
Okay.
We'll tell you about them later.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much, Steve.
Thank you for
your
time.
A very informative presentation, and we look forward to having more interactions with you as you move forward.
Likewise. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for coming.
So we have a very information-rich meeting today, and following in that theme, we're now going to hear from Karen Kafitz, who's with the Delta Stewardship Council, and Karen's going to speak to us about the Delta Conservation Adaptive Management Action Strategy. Sorry, that's sort of a mouthful, isn't it? So just a few words of introduction. Karen is the Environmental Program Manager of the Science-Based Adaptive Management Unit. She supervises the Adaptive Management Liaisons and the ISB support staff. Previously, she served as an Adaptive Management Liaison and has been with the Council since 2015. So today we have an opportunity to learn about the unit's effort on the Delta Conservation Adaptive Management Action Strategy. I think included in our information package was a document that provides some background information. This strategy is the final version of the Eco Restore Adaptive Management Program white paper, which the ISB reviewed in 2017, and we provided a comment letter to that. And the action strategy helps address the recommendations from the ISB's adaptive management review. So it's kind of nice to see maybe some of how some of our past efforts have fed into this process. So I turn things over to you, Karen, and look forward to learning more about this effort.
Thanks, Liz, for that introduction. And believe it or not, the small document that you have, the 15 pages, is the entire strategy. So we worked really hard to actually make this a short, digestible document, something that is the size of what sometimes you just see as an executive summary. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background about the strategy and briefly walk you through each of the actions contained in this strategy and mention how they're being implemented. Furthermore, I'd like to discuss how the action strategy was informed by and in part responsive to the 2016 ISB review of adaptive management and the subsequent journal article that you published in 2017. In fact, as I was going through the crosswalk here, I noted that the majority of the actions in our paper are related to recommendations or findings from your report. So by way of background, in March of 2016, the Delta Science Program Adaptive Management Unit convened an interagency group to start collaborating on strategies to improve the use of adaptive management by ecosystem restoration projects in the Delta. The group is called the Interagency Adaptive Management Integration Team, or as we call it for short, IAMIT. The agencies assembled for the IAMIT are primarily those who implement restoration projects, who fund restoration projects, or who have regulatory authority over restoration projects. But we also invited several stakeholder groups to the table, including the 5 Delta counties, an NGO representative, the water contractors, and some academic partners at UC Davis. The purpose of our group is to strengthen collaborations between agencies and to discuss and coordinate strategies for implementing adaptive management for restoration and other conservation projects in the Delta. In April of this year, we completed the Delta Conservation Adaptive Management Action Strategy, which I will stop using its full name now, which is what you have in front of you. We chose, in the end, to use the term conservation for this document rather than restoration, because conservation is more inclusive of efforts not only to restore ecosystems, but also to protect or enhance ecosystems, and all of those project types occur here in the Delta. This document builds on previous reviews of adaptive management, such as the ISB report, and incorporates IAMIT members' decades of experience working in the Delta. The strategy is meant to help integrate resources and cut across individual agency missions to support adaptive management efforts across the system. In our paper, we present a suite of 11 strategic actions, implementation of which is meant to improve coordination, provide technical assistance, and fill knowledge gaps. We're currently in the implementation phase of the strategy, which is led by the Adaptive Management Unit staff at the Delta Science Program in close coordination with the IAMET. The team is currently developing several tools and resources, which we will disseminate through targeted outreach and on our website. I'm now going to walk you briefly through each of the recommendations, so feel free to follow along in the paper, starting on page 6. The first action in our strategy is under the category Project Support, and it's to provide a venue for support and technical guidance to projects and programs. This action introduces the idea that one of the IAMET's roles is to convene with project proponents directly and discuss appropriate adaptive management considerations for their unique project. The venue brings together federal, state, and local agencies to discuss projects at the same table so that agreement can be more easily reached and projects are not left sorting out conflicting directions from multiple regulatory agencies. Your 2017 journal article calls for an adaptive management team, which, as I quote, would be expected to foster collaboration among agencies, accelerate the adaptive management process, help practitioners incorporate adaptive management into project plans, etc. Our aim is to satisfy those aspirations with this team. The next action is PS2. Develop resources to aid in the writing of adaptive management plans. Under development right now is a template and checklist that integrate various regulatory and funding agencies' requirements for adaptive management plans. This is meant to streamline the process for projects responsible for writing such plans. We're also compiling some example plans for projects to look at, and we'll use the IAMET venue to communicate to projects about the availability and the appropriate use of these tools that we're developing. On the next page, we have a couple of recommendations related to conceptual models. The first is Action CM1, compile and curate conceptual models and support development of new models. For this action, we've compiled information on numerous existing conceptual models and are working on getting that information formatted for web publication. My staff and IAMET members also participate in efforts to update existing and create new conceptual models as needed, such as for aquatic vegetation, contaminants, and climate change. On the next page is Action CM2, compile key management questions and uncertainties associated with conservation. So we're working to compile these key uncertainties that have been identified by various agencies and groups that are relevant to Delta conservation efforts. Our plan is to provide a tool that's useful to managers that are setting research priorities, such as we do in the science program's Science Action Agenda, that's relevant to funders, such as the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and perhaps is even useful to project managers who are doing the project planning. The ISB mentioned this resource in your report as an important activity to help prioritize monitoring and reduce critical uncertainties. Our next section is on monitoring and research. And the first action is to compile existing and support development of new monitoring frameworks. So similar to the conceptual models action, this action starts with compiling relevant monitoring frameworks and protocols in a single place so that they can be easily found and used by projects. We're in the process of getting this resource online now, and our team members can already use it to direct projects to standard monitoring protocols and information. Where needed, my staff and IAMET members do also advocate for, support, and participate in efforts to develop new monitoring frameworks. This action addresses a component of Recommendation 3 from your 2016 report, which was to design and support monitoring. The recommendation that you put forth in your paper encompasses many activities related to developing and supporting monitoring, but through our discussions with the IAMET team, we recognized that much of the work to create monitoring frameworks and protocols had already been done by others. So rather than duplicate or supplant their work, we are focused on compiling existing information and promoting that information and making it more accessible. The next action, MR2, is to identify opportunities for funding targeted research and active adaptive management experiments. This action relies on using the expertise and broad exposure of the Delta Science Program staff and IMIT members to identify opportunities for targeted research at individual project sites. Also by providing advice to project proponents on available funding for such projects and on potential collaborations with existing monitoring and research programs. We also see the key uncertainties compilation, which I discussed earlier, as useful to helping implement this action. Because as I previously mentioned, that tool can be used to help inform grant solicitations on priority areas for conservation relevant science. This action is directly responsive to recommendation 6 from your ISB report, which is to use restoration sites to test adaptive management and monitoring protocols. Next up is action MR3 on the next page. This is to assist with mobilizing resources for studying responses to major events. Activities we've identified here are to develop a needs assessment for research opportunities related to conservation adaptive management, and then to solicit bookshelf project pre-proposals from researchers working in the system to aid in expedited funding opportunities. Our team can help researchers and projects match studies with funding sources when major environmental events or management actions occur. Some of the agencies we work with on the IMIT have mentioned that they can use bookshelf project pre-proposals to help facilitate funding and permitting processes.
What's a bookshelf project?
Bookshelf project is a term that we borrowed from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's a term that they use for pre-proposals that they put on a shelf for when they might need them. So we anticipate that we're potentially going to have a drought someday, but we don't know when. So get some pre-proposals for projects that might occur to study drought response, put them on your shelf. That's a bookshelf project.
Shovel ready.
Funding ready.
But it helps them in facilitating a more streamlined permitting process because they already have identified some of the scientific needs, and they've already had a chance to work with the people who are providing those bookshelf project pre-proposals. They've already had a chance to give them some feedback and workshop those pre-proposals so that they're in good shape and more ready for going through the full process. Yeah. So this action is directly responsive to recommendation 7 from the ISB report, which was to capitalize on unplanned experiments. Next up, we have a section on data management. Our first action here is to enhance development and implementation of project-level data management plans. This action is about providing better support for individual projects, doing data management planning, and to help projects improve comparability, compatibility, and public accessibility of their data. We have several knowledgeable people on the IMIT who can help transmit the relevant resources to project proponents, and one of our Delta Science Program adaptive management staff who is specially focused on facilitating this action. On the next page is DM2. Identify environmental data resources that should be regularly updated to support Delta conservation adaptive management. This action is about increasing awareness of and support for fundamental system-wide data sets that are important for project planning and evaluation. Some examples might be system-wide digital elevation modeling or tidal forecasting. Another one that we're working with is on remote sensing imagery for the Delta. Some of these data resources are missing, outdated, or are not consistently collected. So we're compiling information sheets on each of these resources that we believe is fundamental for adaptive management, and we're presenting those to decision makers to advocate for allocating resources to meet these environmental data needs on an ongoing basis. Our next section on the following page, and we're almost done, is analysis and synthesis. And we just have one recommendation here, which is to contribute to system-wide conservation analysis and synthesis. This action is about directly supporting synthesis. This includes both identifying topic areas of need for synthesis and leading or participating in interagency teams that conduct synthesis projects. We think that this synthesis can help to inform key uncertainties and hypotheses and performance measures, to update conceptual models, to lead to meaningful revision of conservation goals and objectives, to guide adaptive management actions, and to guide the next generation of conservation projects, making this action relevant to most other actions that are in this strategy. My staff and IAMIT team members are already engaging on several synthesis efforts, such as a climate change synthesis. We believe that synthesis is most effective when it's conducted in these interagency teams because it increases buy-in and utilizes the broad expertise that's spread across multiple agencies. I think the interagency synthesis groups that we're participating in and helping to lead are analogous to the informatics group that you mentioned in your 2017 paper as a way to efficiently do analysis and synthesis for multiple projects or across the system. Our final action is on the next page. It's a communication strategy. We have 3 goals that we'd like to achieve with this communication strategy. The first is to perform outreach with the community about the roles of the Delta Science Program Adaptive Management staff and the IAMIT. The second is to web resource products that are being developed in implementing other actions from this strategy. And the third is to convene regular adaptive management forums to facilitate communication between practitioners, managers, and stakeholders. Your review mentions the challenges of communicating results from the adaptive management process to managers, decision makers, and stakeholders. Our IAMIT venue provides one mechanism for such information sharing, and we'd like to increase awareness of that. Our group meets monthly, so there's plenty of opportunity for engagement with us. We also use the 2019 Adaptive Management Forum to bring people together to discuss restoration outcomes. This forum included sessions to workshop products that were being developed by the IAMIT, and that proved to be very useful for soliciting input and engaging practitioners with our products. Our plan is to regularly convene such adaptive management forums, probably every 1 to 2 years. So that's the adaptive management strategy in a nutshell. Concludes my presentation, and at this stage, I invite your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. That was very informative, and it's, again, it's not self-serving to the board, but it is really nice to see when some of our products have sort of spawned new activities in the Delta.
Well, it was really nice of you to do all that legwork for us so that we could launch off this strategy.
Great. So let's see, questions from the board about this presentation or for Karen?
Simple question is, how long is this strategy good for? Is it like a 5-year strategy, a 1-year annual thing? Or
yeah, that's great because
lifetime?
we weren't specific about the timeline in the publication itself, but we've already started working on implementation of most of the actions, and I would say we'll probably be sunsetting some of those and moving on to new ideas in 2 to 3 years. So that's about the time horizon that I think we'll have for this strategy. And there may be some actions that need a little bit longer and will carry over into the next version. But yeah, I would say 2 to 3 years before we revise and come up with new ideas of what needs to be done.
Okay, and I didn't see the performance measures in the appendix.
See, other questions from the board? Vince?
Like Liz says, it's great to see that the report was done, and John's efforts in putting that together were just amazing. We got some pushback from the Stewardship Council about some of the things that we were recommending, and one, we wanted a dedicated adaptive management team, and I see you've gone kind of a little way towards that in having people at the science program and things like that. That disappeared in one of our drafts, that idea, because of the personnel demands and everything else. But it's good to see you've gone kind of a little way towards that. I mean, did you consider actually trying to set up a team within the science program that would be almost dedicated, let's not say dedicated, to doing adaptive management with the groups?
Yeah, so it's interesting that you got that pushback, because that is the group of staff that I manage. Is we're primarily dedicated to adaptive management. And yes, we get pulled into other efforts as well as our expertise is suitable for those, but the primary focus of our work is adaptive management. And I think that at this stage, now that we have this strategy with specific actions that my staff are working to implement, it's a little bit more clear how they can work on projects that are doing that direct support. So what used to be maybe 10% of a duty statement for several individuals has blossomed into 30 or 40% of a duty statement for several individuals. So I think it's an opportunity to grow a program now that it's concrete what it is that we're doing to support adaptive management.
I have a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Joy.
Thank you for using our work. And it seems to me it would be really helpful to publish your study, but maybe not until you've seen how useful it really is after a couple of years. So I encourage you to keep track of changes and adjustments and reasons so that you could publish a more complete volume on your strategy and how well it's operating. People need this kind of information.
Thanks, Joy. That's a really helpful comment and something that I hadn't thought much about before. I think it could be really useful to do a retrospective paper, if not publish the strategy itself, and look at how implementing this and how actually the progression of different things that we've had from the ISB report to this strategy and implementation and the adaptive management forums, how that has impacted the adaptive management landscape, how that affects the use of adaptive management in the system and the buy-in. So that's something that we could be doing a retrospective on in a few years and really use these moments in time and these documents to look back and reflect on what's had an impact. Thank you for the suggestion.
Good for you. Good luck.
Okay, a few more questions. John?
Yeah, I agree. It's satisfying to see some of these recommendations actually being paid attention to. We rarely have any indication whether our work really hits the ground running. And I agree that it would be useful to take the next step to go beyond the recommendations, the framing of the strategy, to the implementation, and see, in fact, has this made any difference in how effective adaptive management is? So I hope you'll keep that on your ledger as something to do.
Yeah.
I wondered on MR1, on the monitoring frameworks, to what degree is that being coordinated with the review that this group is doing on the monitoring enterprise review? Have you had any contact with those people? They're supposed to be kind of assembling an overview of monitoring efforts in the Delta, and it strikes me that you're potentially trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. We're aware of the monitoring enterprise review, and I think what we're trying to do is a much smaller, much more focused effort. And what we have compiled now as a draft is information that's more focused on protocols than on what the broad system-wide monitoring efforts are. So we have some awareness that there are existing programs that individual conservation projects could be plugging into or using data from, and that's one aspect. And I think that the monitoring enterprise review helps to satisfy that information gathering for projects. What are the existing monitoring programs that maybe we can capitalize on information from? What we're trying to do is often projects come and they're looking for ideas of how they're supposed to do their fish monitoring. They're supposed to be doing some project that benefits salmon, but they don't know what kind of net they're supposed to use, how often should they sample, in what seasons. And so we get the same kind of questions over and over again about different species. And so we're looking more at the protocols or at efforts that have been done to come up with standardized recommendations and put those in things called monitoring frameworks that we can direct projects to and say, oh, you want to know how you measure Sassoon Marsh harvest mouse? Here's the link to how the Fish and Wildlife Service says to monitor that. So it's meant to be a much more directed resource.
Well, I think that's useful, and I think the monitoring enterprise review has two components, one of which is being handled by a consultant group to basically scope out what's being done. The other is a component that's going to be handled by the team within the ISB, which is sort of underway. And I think that it's uncertain at this point to what degree that will in fact get into looking at some of those protocols and what is available there. So my only point is that I think it's important that we keep in touch with one another as this thing goes forward.
Yeah, and we'd be happy to share the tools that we're putting together with you so that you don't end up duplicating any work that's been done by our team.
Joe.
First of all, congratulations. Although there's a pushback, we have 10 people from science program and 6 from science council and huge amount of people. You said that you are meeting every month or so now for the past 3 years.
Yeah.
Can you give us kind of, just for the curiosity, any action taken in support of the adaptation of adaptive management in Delta? Any kind of group you have helped, any type of action that has taken place by the meetings,
Yeah.
the meetings.
Yeah, so the first, what is this, April 2019 is the date on this? We started meeting in March of 2016. So the first 3 years solidly was writing an 11-page paper, which of course was at some point a 60-page paper and a 30-page paper, and it takes a long time to write something short. And so we've really just moved into the implementation phase in the last several months. And I think the actions that we're starting to take right now are really still in the draft phase. So a number of the actions that I mentioned now, we proposed to create some kind of product or resource that we've identified as being useful, and we've drafted it, and now we're meeting in a week to sit down with the team and go over some of those draft products, get their buy-in, get their sign-off, get their comments, and start to web resource those. And so ask me this question again in 6 months to a year, and I'll have more for you then. But I would say one of the other areas that we're really excited about moving into is that Action PS1, which was to provide a venue directly for project proponents to consult in. We have a few projects that have expressed interest in coming to that venue and in meeting simultaneously with technical assistance and with multiple of their regulators at once. And so we're also in the process of getting those meetings scheduled. So I'll tell you again, 6 months to a year from now, how those meetings are going and how they might be helping projects.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Tracy.
So I'll be a little bit more of a Debbie Downer on this. It's great. I mean, the concepts are all great. When we wrote our review, of adaptive management in the Delta. What we were saying when we talked about the creation of an adaptive management team was we need a team that can come in and actually be almost a top-down a little bit, like saying this is what you have to do in order to get funding for your restoration project. But as I read this, almost everything looks advisory. It's like, we're going to provide you data documentation procedures. We're going to provide you the monitoring that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is using. My experience is people don't use that. They're going to have their own things they're going to develop. They're going to go off and do it. All the advisory things in the world, some will be used. The venue is a great thing because some people really want advice, but to me, this doesn't address what we were calling out as the biggest issue with adaptive management. Is it's all going to be very decentralized. It's not going to be, and and that's where we got the pushback that you were talking about. We said you need to have somebody. You need an adaptive management czar. You need somebody that can tell people what they have to do in order to be functioning in the Delta. So this is great, but I've seen it too many times in other systems where people will be like, oh, I didn't even know that was available. Well, we told you about it. Well, people don't have time to read about it. They need to be told what to do and how to do it. So, any thoughts on that? Have you guys talked about that issue? Because I've seen documents like this on adaptive management and monitoring many, many times. They don't usually lead to the action that Joe was asking about, so.
Yes.
And what did you say you were going to do?
Yes, we've faced that. We had 33 recommendations in, I think, the version of the paper that you saw 2 years ago. And a lot of that had to do with governance and with creating decision structures and in having people who were in charge of facilitating and managing this program. And just like you anticipated in your report and your paper, there's a lot of pushback to that. And so we took all the governance out in between the version that you reviewed and this version. So this is what we can do, given the authority that we have. We can advise and we can assist. And at this time, there is not buy-in for us to govern. And the Delta Science program provides adaptive management consultation for Delta Plan covered actions. So those are subject to the Delta Plan's regulatory authority. And in that one way, we have a little bit of a hammer in that we work with those covered actions on their adaptive management plans for their certification with the council. That's the area where we actually have authority. This is the carrot, not the stick. This is the good cop where maybe we get on our stewardship council hat to play the bad cop a little bit, but that's really what this is meant to be, and at this time, it can't be the other thing. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Jay.
Yeah, I'm similar to Tracy. My expectation is that a lot of people will come up with something, they'll call it adaptive management. and we'll be where we are. It would be maybe useful to have this get the authority of some of the permitting agencies so that maybe as part of the permit conditions, they would have to run through this thing.
Yeah.
And permits running, CDFW and the state board, to me, to the degree that the regulatory agencies can get together to have a common set of expectations, that would probably do them all a lot of good and do the concept of adaptive management a lot of good. I almost think that we shouldn't allow anything to be called adaptive management until it's gone through one cycle. We'd be using the word adaptive management a lot less in that case.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up. And there are multiple regulatory agencies that come to our IMIT, and they're some of our most engaged partners. And we're not at the stage where the federal regulatory agencies are going to say, you have to do this, but we are at the stage where they're saying, you should really go. So I think that's a huge win for us. We have also been working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Delta Conservancy on their Proposition 1 grant guidelines, and the new version of the CDFW grant guidelines directs projects to contact me about adaptive management, to work with our adaptive management liaisons, and that for us means they're getting invited to this forum to speak with all of these agencies together at once.
Right.
So again, it's not the stick, it's not mandated.
Right.
There's no repercussions of not doing it, but it is in their guidelines that that's what they're supposed to do. And that means that process-wise, there's going to be a circle back and a check. Hey, did you follow through with contacting the adaptive management staff at the Delta Science Program, because you're supposed to be working with them?
The project proponents and the project implementers, they have so many thousands of things to worry about. If they can not worry about you, they will not worry about you.
Yeah.
And you can provide a nice carrot, but their plates are full.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that if we have any hope for the system to have some coherence in how these things are implemented and some cross-learning between the projects,
Yeah.
you have to either grab them by the money or the permits
Yeah.
to keep their attention. And so having it written into permit conditions seems like the most direct way to get it done,
Yeah.
particularly with the state agencies until some future federal time.
Well, and this has evolved over time. It started with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service saying to projects that they were consulting with, hey, the Delta Science Program needs to talk to you about adaptive management too, so we're just going to invite them to come to this same meeting so that you don't have to have two meetings. And now that we have this other venue available, that conversation can shift to the next level of, we're not just inviting the Delta Science Program, but really, before we walk down this road of working with you on your adaptive management plan, which they have to do for Fish and Wildlife Service to get their permit, first, Fish and Wildlife Service says, go to this group, hear from everybody all in one venue. You might still have to do specific consultation with some of the other regulators, but it helps us as regulatory agencies to all be in the same room so that we can unify our messages, so that we can hear from each other, so that when one agency says, I don't want that section that way, and we can say, oh, but I want that section, so is it okay if they just left it in? We can resolve those much more quickly rather than having projects write 4 different versions of an adaptive management plan because they're trying to satisfy all the different sections and requirements that 4 different regulators want. So.
A lot of the planning problem is the regulatory planning problem.
Yeah. So there's some hope in that we have that level of engagement from the regulatory agencies and from the big bad guys in the feds that nobody can escape. Yeah.
But it's good for you guys to be the good cops.
Yeah, trying.
Completely.
All right. Thanks again, Karen. It's really nice to see your progress to date, and we look forward to maybe reconnecting in a year or so and hearing more about the implementation part.
That sounds good. Thanks, Liz.
All right. Okay. Next on the agenda is a 10-minute break. We're running just about on schedule, 5 minutes behind. So let's take a break, and we will return to the meeting at 2:35. All right, we're going to get started. Okay, welcome back to the meeting. So our next items are to talk about some of the ongoing reviews, and the first item will be to discuss and hopefully approve the report on the review of the Interagency Ecological Program. So I'm going to turn things over to Vince, who's going to update the board on major changes since the last report. And actually, there really aren't major changes, but maybe you just want to walk the board through things. Thank you, Vince.
Well, thanks, Liz. I'd like to start by saying that the work on this review, the lead authors, as Edmund likes us to use, included Dick, Liz, Tracy, and myself. And we really appreciate the input that we have from the board. I think we have a much better final document as a result of this than sort of the early drafts that we turned in. So thank all of you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by looking at how did we respond to the comments that we got on the last draft. First of all, it's a board document. So, automatically we just accepted the edits and the corrections that the DISB members, and they've all been incorporated. And Joy, thank you for pointing out the spelling issue. Tom Holzer wrote that he felt that compliance, which was a point that he raised at the last meeting, was actually pretty well covered in the document, and that he felt that no additional changes needed to be made. Steve Brand had brought up about whether the recasting of the recommendations required any kind of rearrangement of any of the other sections, and after checking these over, we decided that the flow is still appropriate and that no major reorganizations were needed. We discussed Joe Fernando's point about his recommendation for a further justification about the statement in the first paragraph of the introduction that we were directing attention to IEP as a research program with its own organizational structure. We went back and forth about this comment because it's discussed so much later in the document in detail when we talk about other agencies that we were comparing IEP to, and we were talking about the structure of IEP itself. We thought that moving anything up to that beginning as a justification, because we have, hundreds of words really talking about this topic, would in fact be more confusing. But we spent a lot of time considering that. We actually even had a draft change, and then we decided that it really can be confusing if we put it in there. So today we're hoping that we can get finalization of this report. If the content is finalized, and again, there could always be suggestions of things that we could work on that are minor and don't deal with the content. The lead authors will work with the staff to format the report for publication, which should take about a month. In terms of the next step, representatives from the Delta ISB will present to the IEP directors on December 11th. They met earlier this week, and at one point we thought we'd be ready to meet with them, although the recommendations, I understand, were read to them that we have in this draft. And unlike past reviews that we've done, we really don't have plans to prepare a summary sheet of our findings and recommendations, since this was the first of the reviews that was so targeted and so directed at a particular group. Now, in October, we'll discuss ideas about the presentation to the directors and the actual implementation of some of the recommendations, how we can assist in getting those done. Perhaps, though, somebody even today has some ideas about how we should consider. But just in summary, I think we really made every effort in all of our revisions to treat this as a board document, to get the the edits and the wording that the board wanted. There's several people that really helped a lot. John with his and Joy with their trimming down of the recommendations from being much broader and trying to put things in a more expansive context into the simple, straightforward statements. We really appreciate those efforts. Steve made a lot of good comments. Jay, a lot of very good edits. Edmund, as always, was helpful in getting this done, and Tom throughout made some comments. So again, we want to thank everybody for their efforts on this. So, Liz, you want to open it up for comments?
Right. So I think a good next step would be just to open up the revised document up for any additional discussion by the board. As Vince said, we have made a good faith effort, I think, to incorporate everyone's suggestions and to move it from being sort of a document that was co-authored by a small group of members to expanding it to it becoming a document of the full board. So at this time, I'll just open it up for discussion, and we'd like to hear from members of the board. And I'll start with Tom.
This is really kind of trivial, but the first recommendation doesn't have any bolding in it. If you look at it, the recommendation is in bold in all the other ones, but not the first one.
I think it was just shorter and so it didn't warrant any.
It just seems kind of, because what you're highlighting, I mean, many people are going to just skim a document this size. And bolding tends to attract you, so having the
So what we could bold is the core monitoring and reporting functions in ISP must be continued. That's the key.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Yeah, that's the key point we're trying to make. So, okay, we will do that.
Okay. Jay, is your name up? Okay.
Well,
let's see. Steve and then Tracy.
Okay, go ahead, Steve. Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say I've had a change of heart, and I can't sign off on this report anymore.
You're fired.
Anybody else?
Steve.
Oh,
Well,
my fear strikes in my heart.
I must admit, I reread the entire track change version of this, and you guys did a superb job. And when I made that recommendation that you need to look at the back part to it was just, you need to look at it. It wasn't any forethought that there may need to be changes in there. So I reread it, and it does sort of follow naturally. So I'd like to move that we accept the report as is with the one highlighted change, and turn it over to the co-writers to work with program staff to put it into the right format and get it done.
Okay, so before we can move to a motion, I would just like to take an opportunity to get any public comment on the document. Okay, no public comment. Okay, so in that case, yes, you can.
Yes, I moved.
You moved, and we have a second from Dick. And so we'll take a vote, or should we, I don't know my Roberts rules. Should we have discussion and then we take a vote?
Call for discussion.
Okay, call for discussion, sorry. I'm going to have to get a cheat sheet for Roberts rules. So any further discussion before we move to the vote? All right, not seeing any signs of the need for more discussion, we'll take a vote. So all in favor of approving the IEP review, say aye. Aye. Any nays?
And sincerely, thank all of you for your help with this, and we really appreciate it. And I should also mention Karen made comments as well on an earlier draft.
Yeah, many people have contributed to the effort, so we thank them all. And as I understand it, there's just the one minor change in terms of the highlighting of that first recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's always nice to complete a review under the tenure of each of our fellows. Yes, exactly. Yes, they do. All right, so I'm just going to take a deep breath to have that advance forward. And as Vince said, we were not, this has been just a very different type of review effort, so we don't see the need to produce an information sheet. We really see any outreach being done directly in conversations with the IEP. We're planning to attend the meeting in December, and we'll continue to work with them or discuss with them as they reach out to us. Okay. Oh.
Yeah,
Steve.
and normally what
It's
we
already passed.
It's passed, I know.
It has passed.
No, and normally what we do is, at some stage, we formally make a presentation to the council about these reviews, but
You did, or Liz
that
did.
was already
Yeah.
pretty well covered at the last one, so we probably don't have to do that again either.
Right. Yes, yeah. We were pretty close, so I presented the recommendations as draft recommendations, but since there's no change, I think that will stand. So, let's see. I guess just one thing is, if the board has suggestions about the covers for the report, you could pass those suggestions along to us. We did have one suggestion from Jay about using the organizational chart as a cover. I think there's sort of mixed feelings. It's a bit busy, and
So what other message do you want to give?
so we'll see. So that is one possibility, is to use the organizational structure or the org diagram or some part
I
of
would think
it.
that's the last thing to do, because you're recommending they reevaluate it and
Yeah.
change it, so you may not want to ensconce it in
Well, another suggestion was that we use one of the pictures of the photos of the Delta as a neutral.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll be thinking about a cover and appreciate input from the full board on choice of a cover photo. Okay. So, yes, as Vince mentioned, that basically the staff will work on formatting for publication, posting the document to the listserv, and then submission of the final report to the Delta Stewardship Council. Okay, so now let's get status updates on some of the other reviews that we're working on. And the first one we'll hear from is the Monitoring Enterprise Review, and Vince will give that report.
Okay. We have quite a bit of information to talk about today about this review. Mark Nellitz, who's the head of ESSA that we deal with and who's the project manager on this, will be attending our November board meeting on the 14th and 15th, and will actually give a presentation on the final interim report number 1, and we'll also talk about the report number 2, which deals with the inventory tool and the application of that. Just today, he sent an outline of the proposed interim report 2, and I will circulate that among the working group for comments about what this looks like. That's okay, isn't it, Edmund, or is it privileged now? Is it okay to circulate it?
Yeah, you can circulate it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So they have sent that, and that will be one thing. So ESSA is currently working on building the inventory of monitoring activities using the inventory tool, which is still under development, but they're basically finalizing the structure and organization of querying and monitoring activities. And these include management actions, socioeconomic drivers, spatial resolution, and delineation of monitoring activities, all of which will be in the tool. They're finalizing the data entry template for gathering information about the monitoring activities, and they're undertaking research and populating the inventory tool with information about monitoring activities. If we look at specifics, they are refining the list of physical, chemical, biological, and socioeconomic monitoring activities to enter into the inventory tool. They've been very good about communicating with us on this topic. They are entering metadata related to the monitoring activities into the tool. They're continuing to identify data contacts to support additional metadata research. They're refining the data entry template to improve reporting efficiency of the monitoring activities, and currently building the query function and interface for accessing monitoring activities into the inventory tool. As previously mentioned, ESSA has revised the conceptual diagram from interim report 1. Previously, we were referring to it as a conceptual model, which there was a lot of objections to. And this is based on feedback from the individual members of the writing group, and also discussions that came up at the workshop that we had. And this is very important because this will really help us define the scope of the inventory. A copy of the diagram was presented by Steve to the Delta Stewardship Council as part of his package. Now, that's all part of Component 1. Remember, this is what ESSA is doing as part of their contract. In terms of Component 2, which is what the Delta Independent Science Board, Steve Brandt has drafted an outline of the review, and he and I will go back and forth with it a couple of times, and then we will circulate it to the entire writing group. The Delta RMP Steering Committee is interested in receiving an update on the Monitoring Enterprise Review, and we're waiting to hear back on the meeting date. These meetings are public, unlike the meetings for the IEP director and directors. And at this point, our plans for the presentation, it will mainly be an update and the scope of the review, very much what you presented to the Stewardship Council, as opposed to going into the details of Component 1, other than what the objectives are. So that's it. I think we're making very good progress with ESSA. I think as soon as that report is available, even a draft of the interim report, is when we're really going to be able to start moving. We've clarified a lot of the potential overlap points in terms of who we're interviewing versus who they're interviewing, and so I think that that actually progress is being made, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens when he comes down in November for the presentation. He will send us a draft before that to review. Edmund, anything you want to add? Nope. Steve?
Yeah, I also presented a timeline to the council which commits us to finish before you guys all leave, so.
That's too bad. There are fairy tales, of course, you know. So anybody else?
Maybe this is not the right opportunity. I was just going to ask how you envision the November presentation from ESSA going. Like, is it going to be, them presenting to us? Will there be opportunity for interaction?
Yeah. Well, what I think from based on what I've read, we'll get the the final interim report one. Okay, that'll be finalized, so it'll no longer be an interim. So we'll have that issue. And he said that it is outlined. He is including a little of that information in the preparation of interim report 2, basically because it's so much material in that to try to present a better framework. I suspect, based on presentations that we've had with him in the past, he will make a verbal presentation. He will have sent us interim report 2 in advance, and then there'll be the interaction among us. I don't know how many of his group is going to come down, if there will be representatives of all the agencies. I would hope that the social scientist comes down, because that's been the big black box so far of what we've had.
I think we have 2 in the contract, but I think one of the presentations they did was through WebEx, so we may still have some budget. So I'll check in with them on that.
Okay.
But it'll be very similar to like the first presentation that they gave through WebEx, where they'll present the interim report and then there'll be discussion with the ISB. I think they've already requested 1 hour of time when we were originally planning their presentations.
Yeah, and I hope we'll budget time for discussion, sufficient time for that. Yeah. Okay, any other comments?
On the chart
diagram.
here, yeah. Under the water supply management, isn't recycling or reuse missing from that?
Okay, let me get the, which one are you?
Up in the corner here.
Isn't recycling
Well,
Recycle, reuse.
missing?
Yeah, it should be in there.
Okay. Okay, we'll pass that on to them.
I guess the other question would be for Jay, water supply reliability sort of combines these, so I guess it doesn't belong in there, although there are data issues associated with that. So you could argue on that basis, it should be in there.
Okay.
All right. I'll let Jay decide that one. But it seems to me that's pretty important considering the emphasis on portfolios now.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how much you want to just go fractal.
Yeah.
How much you want to go fractal? Just-
Well, there's already a fair amount of detail in there, so.
Yeah, it's another page or two.
I mean, you could reduce it.
I think some of those things, Tom, are, thank you. I think some of the water reuse and things like that are really not, they're more planning kind of numbers than operations numbers. And so monitoring, I normally think of as being, what data do we collect daily, monthly, hourly? Whereas wastewater reuse and things like that, monitoring the flow in the pipes that are going to different places, that's,
It's not monitoring in the traditional sense.
it's not monitoring in
Yeah.
the, I mean, I can take a very holistic view of it and say, sure, but then we're adding another page to this on the flow in all the pipes in every place, and we're downloading data from everybody's SCADA systems.
Yeah, already we had to limit it in terms of, especially the socioeconomic, what
Yeah,
issues
yeah.
we're dealing with.
So
But
when
the
it's,
alternative might be to simplify it rather than add to it. I mean, that's already kind of a long list. Did they create these items?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as we've gone back and forth, John did a major revision of it, and
use your mic.
Use your microphone, please.
It's on.
it's on, yeah.
Okay.
John did a major revision when they originally had a whole bunch of arrows, and we've spent a lot of time talking with them about it. You know, it's easy to break something out later. It's hard to bring something in. So we can pass
Yeah.
on this question to them if there's a general
You
agreement.
could sort of subsume this underwater operations and underwater conveyance and infrastructure and maybe underwater demands, but I think there's more than enough there
Yeah.
for now. I mean, if you really wanted to completely populate the mass balances of flow,
Yeah.
then, then we're in, evapotranspiration. Do you have evapotranspiration here? That you really need to have. No, but
Yeah.
it might be nice to have, but that would be closer to environmental monitoring than
Yeah, that would go under.
than some of the
wea-
other things we have.
Weather
here.
and climate.
Well, I think the intent of this was to provide in a sense, the key words that someone searching the database could go to find information about a monitoring program that we're interested in. And there will be cross-listings, so monitoring programs may appear in a number of these different
Yeah.
categories. I think the question is, if they go to, we didn't want to make it, or lead them to make it so detailed that if someone was doing a search, they would end up with one or two monitoring programs for everything they searched
Yeah.
for. We're leaving it up to the searcher to basically end up with maybe 10 or 15 monitoring results from a search, and then look at those and decide what's relevant.
There will be tags on each of the programs, which they then can go back and look at what they're interested in.
I guess I would add something with, I'd be tempted to think about adding something with evaporation, evapotranspiration under weather and climate. I mean, you have a number of the parameters in there that you could use to calculate it, estimate it, but there are some evapotranspiration and evaporation stations out there that might be useful to add. And you could sort of pick them up from Department of Water Resources mostly, and maybe the Bureau, USGS.
Okay, I'll send them an email about that.
Any other comments for Vince and the team of authors? Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to the November meeting and to both the interim report 1 as well as the opportunity to meet with ESSA and discuss the review in person. Okay, next we'll hear from Jay, who will give us an update on the review of water supply reliability.
So we have, tomorrow we're going to interrogate a whole bunch of people, I think 7 or 8, 8 or 9 people. And we have a team of interrogators, some of which will be constant throughout the whole day, and some inquisitors. Nobody expects the DISB inquisition. And we have some 7 questions, and we'll try to go through to get their major thoughts on the major questions. We're going to try to keep each interview to about half an hour, but we've scheduled them for 45 minutes, so that should allow us time to get the major ideas out of each person, and then we can start working on the report. We have a few members from the board that are not on the writing group. So hopefully that'll diffuse some of the thinking and knowledge across the entire board. I've started to collect a little bit more literature on error analysis for these kinds of things and the like, and been thinking a little bit about what other examples of other places that do these kinds of studies, water supply reliability studies, should we be comparing what we do here to.
Are there, I don't know, comments from other members of that writing team?
We'll know better tomorrow.
I know, it sounds like a very full day tomorrow.
We start at 7:45.
Yes. Okay, so the next review that we'll receive an update on is the ecosystems review, and Steve and John will report out.
This will be a pretty short report. A gaggle of us met yesterday and discussed a variety of the conceptual models we've been reading about and have produced ourselves. A couple of those are in the council presentation, and there's been a lot of thought put into exactly how to organize our thoughts as a first draft to a report, and looking a lot at various different kind of conceptual models to try and go first with that. And we think we've have a way forward now, and that is we have some writing topics. Individuals will be taking certain areas and writing things up, and our goal is to have a very rough but complete-ish draft in like mid-October, so that by the time we get to our November face-to-face, we'll have an opportunity to really present these to the board and then open it up for full discussion. That's pretty much, I think, our report. John, do you have anything to add, or?
How do you connect it to the Delta? Is there a chapter where you draw from the other chapters, or?
We, in a number of ways. I mean, one of the things is to, we actually asked Madison to put together we have an extensive bibliography we've been compiling, and I think some version of that has been presented or given to the board at some stage, which includes not only the Delta, but also a much broader, because that issue of invasive species, of course, is gigantic. But then we asked Madison to put together a draft 4 or 5 pages to kind of summarize what has been going on specifically related to the Delta. But our goal is to, I think, and John can correct, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we don't necessarily plan to review sort of all of the scientific issues that deal with invasives on a grand global scale. Our purpose is going to be to look primarily at the Delta and what sort of information can we provide to look at scientific gaps that might relate to things like adaptive management or the ecosystem sustainability or dynamic Delta, and how invasives fits into that in the context of the Delta. The focus of the review is going to be on the science related to the Delta with respect to invasive or non-native species. Does that answer your question, or?
Sort of, although it's not crystal clear. Does each chapter then have Delta discussion in it?
The way it's I'm trying to think of, probably yes. But there's, for example, if you look at the science related to an individual invader, that's one thing, and that's what the diagrams show in the context of the council report. They could be applied anywhere. They're very general concepts. They deal with, the risk assessment of what is, or threat assessment of an invasive species, which includes things like its suitability for expansion and entering this habitat, the habitat receptivity to that particular animal, the threat assessment of how much of a risk or impact would that species have, and then there's prevention techniques, and then rapid, to look for detection and sort of rapid assessment, and eradication, and then control, and then adaptation. Those are very basic, and we would talk about those concepts with in the context of the Delta. Because you can talk about them in general, but then it's got to be connected back to the Delta in some way or form. John, do you want to answer his question?
Other questions or discussion items? Joy, I wasn't sure if maybe you wanted to add anything to the discussion.
I'll wait till the next meeting.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like we're going to see a product or a preliminary product from that effort relatively soon.
We're promising it now by November.
Okay.
November meeting.
So
some year.
Sounds good. So we'll put that on the agenda for November. Okay, so moving on to other topics, I wanted to follow up on the discussion that we had at our July 2019 meeting about, it was basically where we sort of initiated discussion of some potential topics for future reviews. And again, just to remind everyone, we are thinking that we don't want to constrain or dictate to the new board members who will begin in the summer of 2020, but we do want to have some ongoing work that they can join into and that they can see how we work, and also reviews that would move our activities to the next level. So I didn't do as much on this topic as I probably should have in terms of planning for the meeting, but we do have some notes that Edmund put together from our discussion in July. There's lots of good ideas here. None of them are particularly fleshed out, but, there's ideas of, revisiting past reviews. So, for example, following up on our original water quality review to do a second review covering some of the topics we weren't able to include in that initial review. Also, there were ideas about revisiting restoration, since that was one of our earlier reviews, and there's been a lot of advances in that topic, and it continues to be an important topic for the Delta. There were also, some new ideas that came out during our discussion. So, for example, John provided some suggestions about considering a review about emerging tools. He also brought up the topic of the Endangered Species Act regulations. We talked about things like data and modeling as potential topics for reviews. So at this point, what I'd like to do is maybe just have a brief follow-on on that discussion and then talk about how we can move this forward. So in the past, we have done a few things. We've had board retreats where we focused on future work. We have invited people to speak to the board about topics that they thought were high priorities for review efforts. We have also contacted scientists and people, managers, people in the community, just in writing, and asked them for their feedback. So that there's not a lot of action to be taken today, but I guess now that a couple of months have passed, I'd like to hear from the board about whether, when you look back at these topics, do some of them seem more timely, more urgent? Are there some that appeal to the board in terms of expertise? So I'll just leave that as my opening remarks and open up for discussion. I think John wants to speak.
Yeah, I think it would be valuable to solidify a set of options to some degree, keep the options fairly open. I think I have two concerns. One is that we really need to get stakeholder input on what would be useful for us to review. And one way to handle that might be to handle it in the same way that we handle our prospectuses, prospecti, for various reviews, to develop a 1 or 2 page statement. Here's what we're thinking of reviewing, and solicit public commentary on those kinds of things. I think we also need to be attentive to the fact that there's going to be substantial turnover in the board, so the people who will be actually conducting these reviews are not the people who are talking about what to review now. And we don't necessarily want to saddle those people with a set of predetermined tasks. So I think we can move toward solidifying and getting better definition as to what those things might be. But I think making the final decisions of the top 2 or 3 for the next go-around of review is something that has to wait until we have a new board.
I think I mostly agree with you, but we did, there are 5 members of the current board who will be continuing, and I think some, at least initially when we started this discussion, there was some sense of having 1 or more reviews that were in a very early stage might be a way to sort of bring on new board members rather than I mean, they'll be learning a lot of things about the Delta, so rather than relying on them to come up with the initial set of discussions, so it'd be more like a transition thing. Let's see, I don't know who's first. Okay, so.
I actually love the idea of making assignments for all the new board members and then getting off the board. I think it's a great idea. I'd love that.
We make the assignments when they leave to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, and remember, there is another component, John Callaway will be selecting the new members of the board, but also knowing, how our suggestions are moving forward might be informative in terms of the expertise that he seeks in at least some of those replacements. So Vince.
So earlier this week, when I saw this was on the agenda, I just looked at the recommendations of past reviews that we've done.
Mm-hmm.
And two terms keep on appearing over and over again, one of which is monitoring. Okay, and we're doing that now. The second one, though, I'm not mentioning that we consider doing this as a review, but for John to put it in his hat, and that's communication, better communication, increased communication. And that comes up in every review that we've done. And, and we still see it as a problem. We saw it in the 40 pages of single-space comments on the IEP review. 90% of them dealt with communication and transparency. So I think this is really something that if we can't do it or shouldn't do it, maybe the sociologists that joined the group could do it, or John could get a group together to work on that, because it clearly is a big problem.
Mm-hmm. Jay?
One topic that might fit well with communications in some ways, and it's also something that comes up in almost all the reviews and many of the discussions, is science professional support. Access to journals, access to conferences, travel, how does science communicate with policymakers? That might be a nice, compact review that pretty much anybody new to the board could participate in. And it's a good way of them learning the system and learning the review process altogether. That might be a topic that might be useful.
Okay.
And it'd be a tractable topic.
I think, at least for me, it would be helpful to maybe have like just a few sentences that would describe that topic a little bit more fully.
It just occurred to me.
It just,
frankly,
right.
I was inspired by Vince.
No,
I could. You want?
Yeah, so, and also, that might be also true for you, Vince, if you could. So in this document that we're working with now, most of these topics have a couple of sentences associated with them. So maybe if you could draft something for both of those topics, that would be helpful.
And it might be compatible with communications together.
Yeah, there may be a way to weave the two together under a broader umbrella.
Another thought I had, and this has nothing to do with new board members, except it might be useful for new board members, is we have really an incredible amount of experience retiring from the board. Would each retiring person from the board write one page of perspective? You can stuff it in an envelope, we'll make a few copies and just hand it to the new board members if you don't want it to become public. But I think you all have a lot of experience and perspective on this that would probably be useful for new folks.
You sure you really want to ask them to do that?
I just think it'll be fun. Run away. Never leave the room to go to the bathroom.
Right. Wait until breaks to use the restroom. All right, Steve.
Watch out for lunch.
Sorry, Joe.
Just a comment about now we have been doing these thematic reviews mostly. And then there was a discussion about these program reviews, lately. So we might want to discuss whether it's not exciting as the thematic reviews for me, but still might be of some importance. Some programs, like IEP review we just did, So are we going to do that type of reviews, or what is the status? Maybe we might want to discuss a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. So do you have
How did
thought?
IEP review came? Because we were invited, or I forgot now.
Well, I think we thought that IEP, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we felt like IEP was central to so much of Delta science that it was a good candidate program. I mean, I think if we, well, I'm rotating off, of course, but I think that if we were going to do additional program reviews, we would want to focus on programs that play a similar role of informing a lot of the science that is happening in the Delta. But did you have programs in particular that you were thinking about?
The
what was
thought
that?
came up once at one of our retreats that maybe we should review them all. I mean, just as a strategic structure. We've come close to that in a little bit with monitoring and with IEP, but, you know, should we review the overall structure of science management for the whole Delta? I mean, we're sort of proposing a little bit to do that with workshops and the like, but that's another, I think that might be a little bit too much to ask of a new board. Might be, you know.
Yeah, it's a pretty complex landscape for
little bit,
a new
yeah.
board, but it could be something. I mean, our suggestions will become part of the documentation of the board, so, you know, we may identify one or two reviews as the next step, but they would have those list of topics to guide the future.
Another thing that we have talked, we were just mentioning here about reviewing the Delta Science program itself. And we've talked about that. It's obviously a central program to what the science structure of the Delta. It may be either, I think the current board, we're all too close to the science program because we know everybody and we've been working with everybody, so that would be hard. But so if it was the current board that started that, we could commission a review that we would help to guide. Or if we have a whole set of new members coming on and 5 members that are not as long-term relationship with the science board, it may be appropriate to have that fairly new new perspective on science commission conduct a review of that sort, because I think that is central. That's one of the things we've talked about that we really need to, we shouldn't ignore that.
Yeah. Steve?
Yeah, recall that a lot of the reviews we're undergoing now came out from that June 2017 retreat we had, and where we did get a lot of input from stakeholders and managers, and even the IEP came up as a written request afterwards, though. So that really triggered a lot of our current reviews. And so I'd like to go back a little bit to John's suggestion, is that, you know, maybe we can look at these and put down a handful of things that we think might be valuable. And that could include, you know, is there any individual program, and then get that out for public comment or public input, just to, and have it be not a critical input, but just sort of like a searching for ideas. Because we did that in June of 2017. We had those that could make it to the meeting. Plus we had, I don't know if we had, I can't recall if we had a questionnaire or.
Yeah, some people couldn't attend, but they provided comments.
So maybe we go that again, but we start off with some initial ideas so they can get an idea of sort of where we're thinking and this type of depth we're thinking about. I see it, you know, I still like the topical reviews because they talk about science and, you know, some of the issues that I think, you know, we can also think about, but is the how do we do the how of doing science? And there's a couple of those in there, like new tools and forecasting, I think. But then communication and stuff like that, that gets a lot even more into the depth of how science is communicated. To me, I think we could have a lot of ideas, but it goes back to sort of a thing like the IEP in some sense. And reviewing communication is, you know, maybe we need more people that there are experts, extension agents and people like that in that field that we might consult on things like that. But anyway, I would suggest we look at the list we have, think about if there's any other sort of major overarching topics, and then maybe start drafting a page or two and just go out for public review. We don't have to follow any of that, but at least we can see if there's any ideas floating around or see if any of our ideas catch on. Finally, I think that the scientific needs assessment workshop that's being done is going to cover a number of different topics, management-wise, from fish to water quality and so forth. And I would suspect there'll be some ideas that might come out of that might be worth pursuing a little bit more in depth. So that's another kind of possibility where some ideas might be generated.
Okay. Tracy, did you have another comment? Jay, did you?
No, come on.
Okay. Joe? Oh, sorry. I'm thinking everybody has a lot to say, but they don't. So, okay, well, how about if we all take a look at this document and...
I did have a little suggestion.
Oh, sorry, Joy.
I heard Joe and Jay, and John, but yes, I saw this item is extreme events, and one utility of exploring that topic would be to set up some kind of rapid response funding program that could do what NSF does when there's something really major that happens, and that's immediately fund somebody to go out and start making measurements. I don't know if you have anything like that for the Delta, but I think it would be useful to explore further the kinds and magnitudes of extreme events that might occur in the Delta and the kinds of impacts they would create relative to slow and gradual changes of climate change.
Yeah, I actually really like that topic too, just because, I don't know, I feel like extreme events are becoming part of the landscape that we're working on, whether they're, fire, flood, drought, hurricanes.
And it's fun, but events in sequence and how the effect of drought after a flood is different from the effect of a flood after.
That's right. And the responses to these different events vary depending on both the, size, magnitude, duration of the event, as well as the antecedent conditions.
Yeah, timing.
Yeah.
I think it could make a useful review, and it wouldn't have to be so long as some of the others, I don't think. But I do think that a useful outcome would be to recommend some kind of rapid response research.
Okay. Okay, so in terms of next steps, I'm going to suggest that we all review the document that Edmund drafted based on our discussion in July. And when you're reviewing it, you can add anything that came up in today's discussion, as well as you can add to the topics that are here already. And maybe, I don't know if I want to be I was going to suggest everybody sort of maybe list their 3 top or 5 top, and maybe that would help us move to a shorter list that could be part of a prospectus that we could share with the larger community and stakeholder groups. So maybe just to do it step by step, the first thing would be review what we have, you can provide edits or additions to this document. Well, I'll ask you to provide those to Edmund so that we can work on a new compilation. And once we have that compilation, we'll ask people to rank their top 3 or 4. And maybe at the next meeting, we can go through those and then work toward a prospectus. Does that sound good to everybody? Yes, so send your comments on, I'm trying to remember, did they get a Word version of that document?
Yes, they got a Word version of it.
Okay, so you can just do it in I don't know, I guess do it in track changes, and then we'll put it together in a revised and updated format for discussion by the full board. And maybe I'll ask for, maybe we can follow, I think we should move this along, so maybe we would want to do the, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, Tracy is suggesting 2 weeks for that, and then we could distribute that to the board, and you could do rankings so that we could discuss those rankings at our October teleconference. Okay. Now we're ahead of our calendar, but that's okay. So I guess before I finish up that topic, any more comments from the board or any comments from members of the public on our strategy for future reviews? We don't have very many members of the public anymore. But, okay. All right. So actually, our next agenda item is preparation for upcoming meetings. Let's see. So October 11th, we have a teleconference scheduled. And then during that teleconference, we'll get our regular status updates. And then we'll also discuss the topic of the future reviews. And I guess, I don't know, Edmund, maybe you can help me out here, but I guess at that time, maybe we'll know more about the timing of the release of the ecosystem amendment and how we're going to proceed with that.
Yeah, I think depending on where the council is, we're releasing a public draft.
Right.
So start planning ahead, if that's on your radar right now.
Okay. So I guess we'll see. We'll just track the release of the public release of the ecosystem amendment, and we may be discussing in October how to proceed with reviewing that amendment. And then in November, which is our in-person meeting, we will have, again, our typical report. So a report from the council. We'll have information about the DPIC meeting, the implementation of the Delta Science Funding and Governance Initiative. We'll have updates from ESSA, which will probably take up a portion of the meeting. Updates on the various reviews, maybe discussing the ecosystem review, water supply reliability. Trying to think of what else. Oh, and we were also talking about, we've had this on our agenda as a tentative item, is the climate change vulnerability assessment and adaptation strategy presentation. So I don't know if we're likely to go forward with that in November.
I think last I heard is if they have like a tech memo ready to be shared, then they would like to present. But we can follow up as we get closer.
Okay. And we would have updates, of course, on the recruitment efforts for the Delta lead scientist, as well as maybe some preliminary information about the recruitment of new Delta ISB members. So can anybody think of other things that should be on that November agenda?
We might just want to have a brief informational report out from any members that attend the State of the Estuary Conference.
Okay. That's a good idea. Oh, and we were also going to ask Steve for an update on the Bay Delta Conference. Sure. Yeah. And Jay?
For the October 11th meeting, I've got class from 9 to 10. is it possible to schedule our teleconference so that if you want me to be here for it?
Which I would like that.
Miss
So,
that. But any other time that day is fine, but I just have class from 9 to 10. Try not to miss too many classes.
maybe we'll ask Edmund just to query folks, what would be a good start time, like 11? Or
11 would be quite safe.
11.
Until 11 should be workable.
Yeah, so maybe, could you do that, Edmund? Just check with board members to see their availability at 11 for an 11 a.m. start time. Okay, I don't know, am I missing anything, or does that sound good? Okay, well, we'll continue to work toward putting together agendas for both of those meetings, and not to get too far ahead, but we are sort of loosely planning to have a group of speakers in January that would address the paper that Dick et al. Are working on in terms of rapid ecological change. Actually, I guess that's another thing for the agenda for November, right? That we might have a draft to discuss during that meeting. Okay. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to turn things over to Edmund for a review of items to follow up on after this meeting.
Okay, so you guys took 2 actions today. The first action was that Liz and Tracy will draft a cover letter to the council summarizing the comments from today on the Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment performance measures, along with the individual comments that were submitted before the meeting. The motion that was passed was that you guys would not be submitting those individual comments, but they are now public. And I think the goal was to have that submitted before the October meeting. Is that correct, Liz?
Yes.
The second action is that you guys took today was you finalized the content of the review with the minor suggestion to bold that first recommendation. The lead authors will be working with staff to format it for publication, and our goal is to have that finished within a month. Today, Vince provided the opportunity for suggestions on the back and front cover. It'll be great if you can provide those suggestions to staff within a week, if that's possible, just so we can start formatting it. Other follow-up items from today is that individual ISB members should continue to help with lead scientist recruitment if you know of anyone specific, or if you want to provide suggestions to Liz. From the Delta Lead Scientist report, I have that John will send out a link on the Mercury Control Peer Review Panel report. We'll send out the link on the DWR Climate Change Summit, which Dick plans to attend. And then from today, I have that staff will prepare a calendar of all the events that are related to rapid environmental change and climate change. I know a few of you guys have already sent me some of your events. I got Tom's Stanford event on October 6th, and I also got one from Steve. So I'll send those out afterwards, and it'll be part of our calendar. Other follow-up items was that Tracy was going to send out a paper on ground truthing with eDNA. He sent that to both me and John, and we'll have that shared. Today, there was a brief discussion on the DPIC Subgroup 4 report on implementing the ISB's recommendations to DPIC. So please provide input on that report soon if you have any. For rapid change, Dick and the other authors will continue their work with developing a draft for discussion in November. And I think Tracy proposed having a proposed scope of that January 2020 event to staff by October. For our different reviews, I have that Vince will check with ESSA to see how evaporation and evapotranspiration is covered in the diagram, and with a suggestion to potentially add it. Did I capture that correctly, or?
It's separated as evaporation and evapotranspiration.
Okay. And then for the ecosystems writers, they're hoping to have a public draft available for discussion in November. Another follow-up item for the full Delta ISB is to make refinements to the summary of the July 2019 planning session with your ideas from today and a fuller description for discussion in October. And the deadline for this was within 2 weeks. So we'll have that available for October for ranking. I also have that for the October 11th teleconference, it's not going to start at 9, and I'll be surveying individual ISB members after the meeting on the best time, but we're tentatively thinking about starting at 11 a.m. So did I miss anything major that we should add to our follow-up items?
I don't want to mention an addition, but an omission on my part when I was thanking everybody for what they did on the IEP report. Madison and Katharina Penn were absolutely incredible in working on this, and I thank you both for doing that.
I think that's.
We didn't mention my dissent on the IEP report, so.
Should we
should put that
record
in the record, I think, yeah.
Okay, so
Put that on the record.
Okay,
Tracy, self-destruct.
So thank you for clarifying the votes. I'll make sure that we have one dissent with Tracy. So it was 9-1 for finalizing the content.
All right. Thank you, Edmund. I think you captured everything that I had in my notes. Okay. So at this point, we can open up the floor for public comments for matters that were not on the agenda but are within the subject matter of the Delta ISB. Is there any additional public comment? Not yet.
Next time.
Right. And all right. Well, in that case, I'm going to call for adjournment and thank everyone for today's meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Bye-bye.